Makes sense why a tard would go after another tard. Uh-oh. Oh shit, wrong button, but this
I'm an Ellie! Yeah!
It's alright, we'll do it. It's never a bad time for Alex. Atlanta as if you want to be a rapper? No, there's a ton of banks and shit in Atlanta. Atlanta is the financial capital of the South. Also, there's companies like Coca-Cola and FedEx down there that are huge. Still not feeling anything? Dude, I don't feel anything right now because I've been editing basically for the past 10 hours. I put in overtime, essentially. I put in overtime working on my video, so... It turned out to be over an hour, which I'm not really thrilled about. Hey, Paulo. I could have made it shorter, but I wanted to use all my clips. Play Wuthering Waves. Isn't that just another Genshin clone? No, I'm not playing Inzoi. I don't play The Sims, man. The Sims are of zero interest to me. I need to clear off some stuff on my PS5. Like, I got way too much stuff on here. Almost out of storage, dude. Get rid of that, too. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 2. Griff, I am told I am retarded. True or false? Nah, you're special in your own way, man, but you're not retarded. Anyone who shows up to these streams isn't retarded, man. You're of a higher intelligence than the average person. Dude, I got a bunch of shit on here, damn. Can't get rid of that. I can get rid of this. Be gone. I can get rid of that. No fluff butt? Dude, there's no reason for me to keep that shit on there. What else do I have on here? Alright, I don't really care about those. Those are fine. I think Griffin should play a good game tonight, like AC Brotherhood. Dude, honestly, I don't want to play Assassin's Creed. I've talked about Assassin's Creed basically all day today. And whether it be listening back to audio, looking at fucking clips, or recording audio. I'm good on Assassin's Creed for a while. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 2. Thanks for that gay little pair, man. Yeah, I don't like hearing my own voice. I don't like hearing my own voice. It's not a pleasant sound. I don't think anybody does, though. Yeah, I think everybody thinks they sound retarded when they hear themselves back. Honestly, I think that's like a common trend. Most people think they sound retarded. Because you sound one way in your head, and then you hear yourself talk back, and you're like, ew. Yeah. Nah, I don't like the way I sound. Play COD. I don't have it installed. I don't know. Maybe I'll just play some Master Queef collection. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of something that I can play that's kind of mindless. I almost didn't stream tonight because I was like, oh, I could just finish editing, but I don't know. I should stream. Oh my god, bro. I need to wake up. Damn. No days off, that's right. I got cards to buy, man. Oh my god. Shit. I need to buy a Xenoblade Chronicles X, but I haven't done that. But that's not really a good game to stream. RPGs kind of suck to stream because everybody gets bored when you play them. They're like, ooh. Which I understand because it's like you don't want to watch somebody else play a story. Let's see. Oscar the 2, how about a Mario game? I don't know if I'm in the mood for that. That would have required too much player input. Maybe a little later, I don't know. I'll see how I'm feeling. I gotta wake up first. So, maybe I should just pound this fucking G Fuel real quick and then go refill it in a little bit. BAM? What's BAM? G Fuel slop? Yeah, but it's good slop. It's good slop, man. Let's play Tomb Raider for Melanie Mac. I'd rather just play with her instead. Ricardo Cumsocks of the 10. The cure to hating your own voice in your head is just to imagine. I don't know if that's a banned word on YouTube or not. So I'm gonna just use better judgment and not say it. The Jews would hear. Why would that matter with the Jews here when it comes to my voice? All they hear is the sound of a golem destined for a life of servitude. Get the hag maxer away. That's right, dude. Sorry, I'll leave. I'll leave. Now, let's see if this works. Come on, baby. You know you wanna... Oh, yes. There we go. Melanie Mac is old. Yeah, 40, dude. The like, I've thought about it. The absolute oldest I would probably go is probably 33. Like, that's worst case. I thought about it deeply. Like, if everything else was a green flag, 33 would be as old as I would go. Like, the absolute most. Otherwise, it would never work. Oh, hold on. What the fuck? Some guy just messaged me asking me if I had French booster boxes on fucking eBay. What the hell? Why the fuck would I have French booster boxes? Like, what the fuck? That's a very strange question. Yeah, people like to collect the cards in their native language, so the French sets can actually be pretty valuable, but they're very low print, so they're hard to find. But yeah, I live in the US. Why the fuck would I have? Like, it says on your eBay account where you live, like, you know, based out of the US or, you know, Tokyo or fucking Hong Kong or something like that. Like, it tells you. Why the fuck would somebody, like, see that and be like, yeah, I bet he's got fucking in the French cards. Like, nope, I don't. I have a singular German card, but that's it. Dunkel's Tortalk. Oh, fuck! I shouldn't have hit him. I shouldn't have fucking hit him. Damn it. Is the card Adolf's Mewtwo? Oh, did you guys know that Hitler's birthday, 420, and Easter all fall on the same day this year? Speaking of Adolf. It's a sign, that's right. Jesus and Hitler are gonna have a smoke sesh and work shit out. Figure out how to get rid of that temple, man. Hell yeah. You wouldn't go for a 40-year-old beautiful woman like Melanie Mac? Well, she might be a 40-year-old woman, but I don't know about beautiful. I wouldn't go that far. Griff, what's the video? I don't know, man. Why do I dislike ReZero? Because the plot's really fucking stupid. Like, the guy can't die. So it's like, okay, what's the risk? Like, what are the stakes of this show? Nothing. Alright, he dies, he wakes back up. Wow. Any and all stakes have been completely fucking removed. So it's like, alright, cool, we just get to watch him do the same shit over and over again. Plus, I don't like the pedo bait maids, which, you know, is the main appeal of that show. CIA with the 3. Thanks for the gay pair, man. It's a very flamboyant one. Wowie zowie. And Ricardo Cumsocks with the gay pair as well. Thanks, man. Love to see it. In preparation for Pride Month.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 10. Griffin, why do you make fun of women? Because I fucking hate them. I don't know. Why do I make fun of anybody? Is it because you're pushing 30 and the only girlfriend you've had... Well, I've never had a girlfriend, bro. Is a Final Fantasy weeb girl on a piece of cardboard? Nah, she's not real. I don't date my cards, bro. I just collect them. Duh.
That'd be pretty silly if you tried to date your cards, dude.
Saving myself. That's right, man. No woman shall even hold my hand until our wedding vows. Sauna with D2. Thanks for that gay pair, man. Wow, everybody's joining in on the homo pairs tonight. Making fun of women is a human right? Yeah, it's a woman moment, dude. Women should just stop being dumb. There you go. Unjust Hero with the 149. Appreciate it, man. Big ups. Sorry that it's looking a little limp right now, but, you know. It's okay. Happens to the best of us. Ooh. Griffin's covered in paper cuts? Yeah, for always making it rain. Hell yeah. Ricardo
Shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Griff, the government told me I had to wear this helmet, but I hurt my leg and they are refusing responsibility, so I hate this. They tell me I need the helmet, what the fuck? I wear, but then I do, what the fuck do I do? Well, if you hurt your leg, then obviously the helmet's working because you didn't hurt your head and your leg, man. So maybe you need to get some knee pads or something. So you're halfway there to solving the problem. Yeah, knee pads are used by the Xbox community nightly. When their wife's boyfriend comes in and needs a cleanup. No one understands me? Yo, literally me for real, for real. Not my mom. Not my dad. No one. Oh, shit. Chromed his dome. Ah, fuck. Am I stupid? Maybe a little bit. You can pay me to act dumb. Microsoft said they'll buy more publishers. Oh, great. Hopefully they buy more Western studios. We need a consolidation of slop in the industry so it can all burn to the ground at once. Oh yeah, they'll definitely raise the price of Game Pass. It'll be 25 bucks by the end of the month. Or not by the end of the month. By the end of the year. It'll be 25 bucks a month by the end of this year. Book it. If Quartering was truly broke, you could be his financial consultant to get his coffee business right on track. That's right. Slave labor. I could be my true southern role as a taskmaster. But yeah, nah, I don't know anything about running a coffee company, so I highly doubt I'd be that good at that. The only thing I'm good at is like budgeting and that type of stuff. I don't really have experience with running a business yet. I've been watching Soycast Guy, and I discovered he's into troons a couple days ago. I know he's dating a single mom, too. Oh, man. Yep. I can't afford this shit! It's all true. Triple. Damn, dude. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 5. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is Ubislop. That's Kingdom Hearts without the Disney stuff, but the up its own ass Namura writing. Well, Namura's not really working on these games. You know that, right? He has a very inactive role in the remake.
All right,
trilogy.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
In fact, he didn't even want to do it. So he actually didn't want to do Final Fantasy VII Remake. Just a fun fact for you. It's Hamaguchi and the other guy, is it Kitase, I think? Those are the two guys who are leading the remake project and who wanted to do it. But when it comes to Final Fantasy VII, you know, Namura likes oversight because they're his characters. And they're his favorite characters. DJ Aftershock with the 5. So a new first-year anesthesiologist can make $750K a year with 3 days
all right,
a week.
awesome.
However,
Thanks, nigga. All right.
with 2 12-hour shifts and 1 20-hour shift. Worth it rather than 5 days? Yeah, I think so. I'd rather work 12-hour shifts and get more days off. That'd be much better. That's the thing, is like if you're already at work for 8 hours, like what's another 4 at that point? Like, it's kind of shitty to say, but it's true. Your day's already been wasted at work, so, you know, might as well get it out of the way. Ricardo Cumsocks at the 5. Griffin, you recently said you'd take $100 over a 10 out of 10 lady for a time. Is this really true? Nuts to me? Yep, I would. I'd take the money. I don't care about having a one-night stand, bro. That means absolutely nothing to me. I'd rather take the cash. You know,
Give me monies!
Ricardo Cumsocks of the two makes no sense to me, brother. I don't know, dude. Like, what's the big deal about just, like... You're not gonna date him. You're not gonna marry him. You're not gonna have kids with him. You're just gonna, you know, fucking Chuck, basically. Like, is that really worth, you know, losing out on $100? I don't know. Just having sex to have sex one time and then that's it? Yeah, I don't really give a shit about casual sex, so I'm good. I'd rather have the money. I don't think Griffin wants kids that badly. That has nothing to do with having kids, Imkey. We're talking about a one-night stand, not having a fucking wife, a girlfriend, a baby mama, or anything. We're just talking about you humping a chick for like 30 minutes and then moving on with your life. Nothing in your life changes after you have sex with her. She doesn't stick around. Y'all don't date. You never get married. She never has your kid. You literally just have sex with her and leave. You don't know that? Yes, because it's a fucking hypothetical scenario, so we do know it. We absolutely do know it. I didn't say you're going on a date with her or she would start dating you or you can get $100. No. Literally a one-night stand, and that's it. Nothing afterwards. Literally just there to fucking Chuck, basically. So, yeah, I'd rather have the $100.
Give me monies!
You're gonna marry an Asian girl one day, Griff. She's gotta be wealthy. It's the only way it would happen. Ricardo Cumsocks of the two, I respect your position, don't understand. It's whatever, man. If you think having sex with a chick is worth more than $100, then yeah, go for it. I'd rather just have the money. It's all good. I mean, people definitely pay a lot more to have sex, so... What if you got both the money and sex? Then that's fine, but it's an either-or scenario. So an Asian woman wife who's the bread... No. What I'm talking about is someone who comes from, like, actual money. Like, they don't have to work type money. Very big difference. Yeah, the fucking NFT. I tried to buy that NFT, but the guy never responded to my bid. I wanted to buy the NFT and make a video on it. You're in
All
your
right, awesome.
physical
Thanks,
prime
nigga. All right.
now? I don't care. I'm also in my financial prime right now. Yeah, basically, Dreamcast guy made a video bitching about the fact that somebody made an NFT of his YouTube channel, which the guy who did it made like a NFT for a lot of YouTube channels, like millions, I think. And yeah, he made an entire video ranting about it, and I tried to buy the NFT so I could make a video responding to his video saying I bought the Dreamcast guy NFT. But the guy who owned it never replied to my my bid. I bid like $200 in Ethereum or something. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 5 women can often be evil. On this we agree. Oh yeah, definitely, man. Anybody has the propensity for that. 100%. People who think like women are just these like wonderful, cutesy things that never do nothing wrong are, you know, beyond naive. Damn. I didn't see that fucker. Shit. Would WAP be better for your taste? Absolutely, man. Griffin wants 18-year-old at 40? Not really. No. More like 23. No, the PS5 is way more quiet than the PS4, man. The PS4s are insanely fucking loud compared to the PS5s. PS5 is pretty quiet. Only 2 days left to March. That's right, guys. So if you're gonna donate some positivity to the stream, you know, make sure to get it in the next 2 days so it reflects on my next YouTube check. It'll go a long way to help me pay my taxes. We need that positivity. Yeah, a lot of people still use the PS4. But they're like the Fortnite and Madden crowd, so... Everyone should send one sub to hit the goal, or Griffin will... Exactly, man. We need to rally that positivity, guys. That shit was so funny, man. He, like, literally used to berate people for sending super chats instead of a tip. And then all of a sudden, he started asking for people to send him, you know, super chats and stuff because it would reflect in his YouTube check. Griff, I heard from someone in the chat that you're a pedophile. Is this true?
I swear to God, dude, she told me she was 18.
I did not have sexual relations with that anime girl. She was a 900-year-old succubus, dude. Perfectly okay for me to jerk off to. Duh. She's even older than me. No, I did not jerk off to that Yuffie card. And if I did, it was the Advent Children Yuffie. Not the one from the game. Ricardo comes socks with the 2. Griffin, the government told me I needed to have Velcro on my shoes from now on. What the fuck? So I tripped once and spilt my trail mix. So what? What the fuck? Hey man, they just care about you preserving your now full trail mix capacity. They hate to see good shit go to waste. So, trail mix lives matter. I'll tell you what, trail mix is more important than 100 illegals. I'd rather spend government funds protecting trail mix than 1 million Venezuelans. I already have Cowboy Tifa cards. I mean, I don't have any. I don't have any Cowgirl Tifa cards. I've never bought those in my life. Why would you want to bang Tifa and reverse Cowgirl, dude? Her best assets wouldn't be on display. Fucking Tifa reverse Cowgirl would be like banging a hot chick on her stomach. Like, yeah, nah. While she's laying on her stomach. Defeats the whole purpose.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Tim Marco with a 279. I'm Key doesn't like this music. Trump sound effect. That's right.
A very low IQ person.
And Ricardo Comstocks with a 10. Synth. In Alaska, the ground is frozen. You seen this in the wrong chat? And in Eskimo territory, they can't install sewage systems. They shit in buckets called honey. Fuck. What the fuck are you talking about? Those filthy animals should start the honey bucket challenge. Oh my god. Shadow Evil with the 2. I got a 5070 coming in Friday. Let's fucking go. Big up to Jethro. Damn, is he sugar daddying you? That's nice, man. Congrats.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Ricardo Comstocks with a 10. Okay, Griff, I read on your wiki that your hatred for Puerto Ricans is so extreme that you've started to dislike Dominicans too, because according to you, they're sorta oh my god. Sorta fucking... Jesus Christ. Is this information correct? No, it's just because they're black. No. I don't like Puerto Rico. I don't really necessarily have an issue with Puerto Ricans. But Dominicans, they're fine for the most part, man. I've been to the Dominican Republic multiple times, and you know, it's actually pretty nice. So I got no beef with the Dominican Republic. Puerto Rico, though, is kind of a shithole. AOC? Dude, she's my favorite Latina in general. They'll never become a state because they have to pay off their debt. She looks like a donkey when she smiles. You've never wanted to ride a donkey?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You shut the fuck. Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
How did they get in debt? They don't have any like means of production other than tourism. They're a purely tourism-based country / territory, so. Just like most of the Caribbean, they're just literally tourism spots. There's not really anything that comes from them. Like, all those old islands used to just be plantations, which now you can grow shit cheaper in other places, so. They don't really need to exist. Ah, shit. Shadow Evil with the 5 Jethro will link. Also, he showed me the 5070 on Newegg for $550. But what'd you have to show him to get it? That's the real question we all want to know. Ricardo Cumsocks at the 10. Griff, horror movie idea. 4 regular people trapped in a house with no power with 1 naked black man. You mean, Rent-A-Dog? It's so dark in there, you can't see him until he's close enough to see the whites of his eyes. Wouldn't his eyes be yellow from liver failure from all the 40s?
All right,
Genocide
awesome.
King
Thanks, nigga. All right.
with the 5. If you illegally downloaded a movie in Puerto Rico, does that make you a pirate of the Caribbean? Oh my god. I guess so, yeah, technically. I guess so. Tim Marco, the 279, Trump should annex Cuba. Everyone moves to the U.S. Yeah, we should take Cuba. That'd be great. The Cubans are based. So... Cubans are based, yet their country is communist. They don't add up. They don't have a choice. You're forgetting the fact that they don't have a choice in the matter. Their government is their government,
Don't you fucking tell me to my
whether
face
they
to
want
shut the
them or
fuck up.
not. So they have a dictator who doesn't really give a shit about what they want. So they don't get a choice in the matter. Ricardo Cumstocks with the 10. Griff, as I kid, I had a lil Jew buddy. One time at school, my metal Pog slammers were stolen. I found them in his bedroom weeks later. What were you doing in his bedroom? Hopefully y'all weren't slamming something other than Pogs. Instead of punishing him, his Jew dad offered to buy them from me. Nice. W Dad. And the I advance of the two, now we shall conquer Canada. Exactly. And all 10 of their fighter jets. Oh, God. I saw Yasucc. Oh, God. Upper echelon. The inevitable excessive hate. Assassin's Creed Shadows. Oh, no, dude. Dude, nobody is defending him in this comment section.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Not a single person I'm seeing in his comment section agrees with them. Of course. Of course he's defending it. He's a fucking lib now, bro. He's probably a lib now. Genesect King revived with the 5. In May, the voice actor of Shadow the Hedgehog, Jason Griffith, is going to be at the same Comic-Con I could have met at Nolan North at.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
What is the significance of meeting them both at the same time? Is there some connection between Nolan North and the Sonic Shadow the Hedgehog guy? I'm not sure. Is he the one that said, "Disgusting black creatures, get out of my sight"? He said Yasucc is 100% optional to play as? Oh, God. Let's see. I may go ahead and download that just in case he decides to delete it.
I can't afford this shit!
Is it gonna open? Alright, well that thing's not opening. Oh, there it goes. Fuck off. Paste link. It's 1080p down. Alright. Shit. Ricardo, come sucks with the 5. Legally, I have to wear a giant helmet in public for real. It's so gay. What the fuck? Not as gay as those pears, man. So you're good. As long as you show them the pear, they'll be like, oh, never mind. That's not gay. The pear is actually gay, not you. Flubble Nugget with the 2, Ricardo cum socks, more like retardo dumps. Oh shit, dude.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Roasted!
I can't afford this shit!
I'm Q the 10, Daddy Griff. Ooh. Can we watch this? Let me see what it is. Also, turn off this game music. Play Nokia Drake album of the year. Cardi is trash. Well, I agree with that. Cardi is trash. That's like actual fucking retard music. And let's see. Ricardo Cumstocks of the 2. What Flubble Nugget just said was bad. Shame on him. Indeed, man. And Flubble Nugget with the 5 and the gay pair. Dropping the mic. Oh shit, man. He's like, I said what I said, sister. Shit. And Ricardo Cumstocks with the gay pair. See, you're already looking straighter already. It's just that easy, man. If you show the gay pair, by comparison, you look completely straight. I don't make the rules, but that's how it works. The Eye of Vance with that big, black, hairy pussy. Thanks for sharing that, man. I hope you enjoy stroking it every single night. I hope you and that big black hairy pussy play together all the time. You know, playing with a big black hairy pussy like that is always a good time, right? Ah, damn, man. We're getting our shit pushed. Total gamer death. Shit. Once you go black, your eye will match. I just made that up, by the way. I've never heard anyone else say that. So if you're gonna quote that, you have to use me as a source. Alright, let me see what you sent, I'm key.
Game anymore, but think about how much.
How greed ruined game. Oh great, it's a woman. Dear God.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
A woman's gonna tell us what ruined gaming. How unself-aware. Oh, I'm just curious. Alright, no OnlyFans. I'm surprised.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Although I'm not really, because it wouldn't sell, but... That's another topic entirely. I don't think it'd be moving units. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think she's hot enough for one. I don't think it would work out. Tim Marco, the 279. I'm in season 2 of Succession. Greg is great. Yeah, I like Greg. That's a pretty good show overall. I'm glad it ended when it did, because it was starting to kind of get drawn out. And Ricardo Cumsox with a 5. My cat, Colonel Angus, hates blacks and Mexicans. How should I reward him? I pet him and give him treats, of course. I don't know.
Either subscribe.
I don't have a
donate, or
cat,
get the
so I
fuck
don't know
out.
how you would reward a cat. I guess you could buy him some catnip. Isn't that like, you know, some shit the cats go like crazy for? It's like crack for cats. Zero map knowledge. Crazy, man. What's the dog equivalent of catnip? Attention. I don't know. I don't know if dogs have anything like that. I think just normal food would probably be it. Claus Mystery with 17 months at tier 1. Appreciate it, man. Hope things are doing well in Mexico there, Claus. JB2 of the 2, can I get a gaming? Yep.
Gaming.
Absolutely.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Nah, all the mods are women. At least they act that way. You have massive tits? Yo, same.
All right,
Just
awesome.
wish I had
Thanks,
the
nigga.
ass
All
to
right.
match. But I'm working on that. Claus Mystery with the 50, is it normal? I always laugh when Wokies ask, offended, what's wrong with being woke? Even they make it sound like it's a bad trait. Yeah, well, the thing is, did you see that clip of fucking Tim Walz recently where, you know, he says that libs need to embrace DEI, LGBT bullshit, and wokeness? Like, they need to, I guess, embrace it and wear
All right,
it as, like,
awesome.
a badge
Thanks,
of
nigga. All
honor.
right.
Like, yeah, I'm woke. I support trans kids. You know, all this shit. I support DEI. Like, it's like they want to fucking lose, man. Those are all negative buzzwords. They want AOC in 2028? Dude, I want AOC right now. She's only 20 minutes away from me, guys. It could happen. Get her pregnant and save America. That's right.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Colonize her womb. Doom Boom with the 777. Play Halo 2 soundtrack. Okay. And All Night Yahtzee with the 5. Hey Griff, can you change the shipping on something you buy on eBay? If the seller chooses slow ass shipping, I got the money. Yeah, at checkout there's usually an option to select your shipping method sometimes, but it just depends. If you've already paid for it, then no, you can't swap it. You'd have to ask them to relist it. this it? Ricardo Cumsucks of the 5. Griffin, my official diagnosis came back and I'm full-blown retarded, apparently. I don't think I am, lol, but they tell me I am a tard full-blown. Dude, the government paid the person to lie to you to keep you down, man. That's the government paying a psyoper to fucking try and convince you that you're actually retarded when you're not. That's definitely a fucking glow-in-the-dark CIA.
Nika!
Yeah, the deep state, exactly. Are we watching that Yasucc synth? I guess we could, yeah.
You're broke!
I didn't actually watch it, I just read some of the comments. I replied to one of them. Somebody said, like, his armor was stolen, and then I, like, replied and said, it's canon that he stole his name. Which is true. Literally a canonical point that he stole his name. From somebody.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Yeah, I really like my I like my intro section. But yeah, I should have put something about stealing the name, but too late now. I'm not working anymore on that video. I'm done. I'm gonna drop in the generic gameplay, and then we're good. It's ready to go.
Either subscribe, donate, or get
which
the fuck
I'll put
out.
The fat Asian chick who's
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
The fat Asian chick that's in this
donate,
thumbnail
or
will
get
be
the
the
fuck
thumbnail
out.
for the video.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Oh shit.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Doom Boom with the 2. It doesn't sound like the one from Jafet Meza. That's the name of the channel. Jafet Meza, graphic designer and film score composer. Yeah. Peril from Halo 2. It's a verified channel. I don't know. Raging Boar with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much for spreading the positivity on this Saturday night. And Cryonicle also with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. It's spreading lots and lots of positivity tonight. I'd love to see it, man. And not just because it's the end of the YouTube pay cycle. Dude, I don't know if, like, apparently DSP's lost, like, 3 big whales after this recent drama. Because apparently a bunch of his whales feel like they lied to him. Or not. Well, I guess, yeah, I kind of worded that bad. He lied to them. But, yeah, basically they were lied to. Because, you know, Phil was LARPing that he was best buddies with the Kino Casino, and apparently a bunch of his whales were giving Kino Casino money at the same time, so they feel betrayed by Phil that he wouldn't include them in the fucking, you know, plan, because all the whales blew a bunch of money giving money to Kino Casino over the past 8 months. So also they're mad about the cancer thing and then a bunch of other shit too. So yeah, his whole master plan sounds like he was not the puppet master after all. Shocking. Ricardo Cumsocks of the 5. Griff, all the top most powerful mythological creatures battle. Who would win? Bigfoot versus the Holocaust. Well, as long as there's more than 6 million Bigfoots, then they should be alright.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
They should be alright as long as there's more than 6 million Bigfoots. Although, after the, Holocaust takes place on all the Bigfoots, there might be more of them left than before. But, sources vary on that. All Phil had to do was go along with PvP's ideas and he would be rolling in cash? Yeah, exactly. He's too big of an idiot. DSP just refuses to make himself the butt of the joke. Raging Board with a 5. I love spreading positivity to the members of the GGG. Well, I appreciate that.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler succeed.
That shit's so honest. That's like one of the funniest fucking things ever, bro. Like, I'd never even really heard of that game before. And then all of a sudden, while playing it, that fucking pops in. It's like, goddamn. Shit. I didn't do nothing, I swear. It wasn't me. Actually, it was 12 million. I'm gonna take a trip with Ben Shapiro to Israel. Yeah, apparently the Daily Wire had to hire a bankruptcy lawyer. Interesting how once US aid runs out, old Benny Boy is out of money. Do you know what's crazy is when you see the picture of Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro doing their like evil looking laugh, they look like the same person. I saw a comparison image, it's like uncanny. Both are feds, definitely. Well, I don't even think Ben Shapiro's a fed. He's like literally, basically an Israeli agent at this point. But yeah, Nick Fuentes is definitely a fed. He's a honeypot. He exists to be monitored, so, you know, the government can keep an eye on troublesome individuals and, you know, collect them all in one place. Like what you do? Oh yeah, definitely, man. I send a weekly report to the government on everybody in the chat. Especially Ricardo Cumsocks and his unlimited supply of gay pairs. It's pretty sus, man.
I can't afford this shit!
That's why he had to put on the retard helmet, because of my reports. The gay pairs were getting too powerful. Let's see. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 2. Uh-oh. You know what's really crazy? Jews. For real, though. And Doom Boom with the 5. Ah, okay, my bad. Seems like there are 2 versions. I'll get it right next time. I wish I could send links. Yeah, if you just put, like, the exact title, then it'll come up. So just do, like, the exact title. If I have to look up, like, the channel name and the song, then it kind of leaves it up to interpretation. But if you just put, like, the actual video title in there, that should be more than enough. I remember when Griffin used to make content. Well, I made content today. And pretty much every day. Griffin is a Jew too? Nah, unfortunately not, man. I may have the matching missing foreskin, but unfortunately I'm not part of the tribe. Dude, what the fuck? That guy's like lagging all over the place. What the fuck, bro? It's like fucking lag rubber banding. He's got a lag switch.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Let's see. Hey, I'm Chris with the 10. What's up, Gaber? I'm planning to get myself a PS5 Pro for my 26th, upgrading from a 4 Slim. Oh, shit, that's a good upgrade. Anyway, I was wondering what is a good 1440p monitor would be. The Odyssey G5 looked decent, I don't know. I don't know an exact model, but what I would look for is an OLED monitor, personally. Because the biggest thing I dislike about monitors is the fact that, like, the colors always look super washed out. And now with, like, OLED monitors, that issue kind of goes away completely. So because you're planning on using it for console primarily, right? You probably don't need the highest refresh rate, which means you could get a reasonably priced OLED monitor, especially at that resolution. That would probably look really nice. As far as specific models, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't shopped for a monitor in probably over, what, like 3 or 4 years, I think, now at this point, so I'm not really too up to date on them. The Odyssey G5 looked decent. I have the G7 and the G9, which I actually do like, but yeah, if I could get an OLED monitor, I would probably do that next. Just because the colors look so much better. Griffin doesn't know he's a boomer? Well, yeah, I am, but, you know. I'm not that stupid. Do I call Apollo your fluff bud?
All right,
I don't.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't say that I do. Ricardo Cumsogs of the 5. Credible people say you are Ben Shapiro's blood cousin. Do you have any facts to back that up? I didn't think so, libtard. Multiple people confirmed this to me. You are using the Jew power to farm mint Pikachus. No. I only have 2 fat gay Pikachus. Hardly enough to substantiate the claims of a farm. You have the small hat that gets slightly bigger over the years. Yeah. Soon it'll turn into a burqa. Yeah, people like Ben Shapiro are the reason I can't get a girlfriend, man. Him and his international clique contact every woman and make sure none of them ever talk to me. Did I miss that? Alright, I got that guy. Got him. Shit, it's 2 of them. Ben's sister has the Khazar Milkers. That's right. He probably sold her off to some wealthy banker in order to fund the Daily Wire, man. Those Khazar milkers were put up for sale.
Thanks for the money, dummies. Because that's exactly what you fucking are. A bunch of fucking empty-headed idiots who paid me money to get absolutely nothing out of it. Thanks. Wow.
Wee. I'll check that in a second. I gotta refresh the feed. I heard the sound, don't worry. Once I die, I'll do it. My chat's out. Let's see. E-Man with the hunt. Oh god. Slop time play. I have no mouth. Oh, that shitty game that Dreamcast guy reviewed. Oh god. The fucking leftist LARP about hating humanity. Shit. Griffin, it suits you? Oh, God. I don't think he said it made him cry, but I don't remember. It's like a point-and-click game, I'm pretty sure, but yeah, it looked like shit. Easy. Red team victory, dude. Hell yeah. That's because I was on the red team. Alright, let me see. Oh, no, this is a point and click game. Bro, this shit's $3 on Steam. I should just buy it on PC. Yeah. If it's point and click, there's no reason not to just play it on a keyboard. Is it like a different version on PlayStation, or is it the same thing? So apparently someone in the review says that the guy who made this game hated video games, so he made it deliberately shit. Jesus Christ. The PS5 version has save option. Alright, whatever. I'll just get it on PlayStation then. Yeah, if you're just playing on console, dude, you definitely don't need a 240 hertz monitor. You would at most need 120. So, 120 hertz would be more than enough if you're just playing console games. That would more than cover you. Oops. Dude, I'm like fucking... I'm trying to do this on OBS, and I don't know why it's not... There we go. It wasn't picking up triangle for whatever reason. Have no. Alright, that should be okay. What the fuck? This thing's like cursed. I have Naruto. Alright. Put y'all there.
I just earned 100 points on PlayStation, guys. No way.
I'm blocking the screen? You're goddamn right I am. Alright. It's downloading. We need your credit card info? Well, you can't have it. It's my money, and I want it now. A pending charge for $9.99?
I can't afford this shit!
God damn it.
broke the bank. I know, man. Do I still have this? Oh, wait, it's not... I have to do it on here. There we go. Yeah, Apollo is gonna have to starve. You know, my credit card's probably gonna get declined when they try and charge his dog food shipment at PetSmart. Damn, man. Aw. Boo. That was my kill. Shit, man. Oh, fuck. I screwed up. Shit. No! I almost had him. Cumsocks is too busy fine-tuning the harp device to keep causing earthquakes and floods. That's right. This is a busy guy. I'm not sad about Thailand, land of the child or children diddlers and lady boys. Yo, maybe I'm crazy, man, but like all these passport bros that like swear about like Thailand and shit. But dude, I'm gonna be honest, the Thai women that I've seen, the ones without penises, are not even that hot. They're like kind of like, ew. I don't know, man. I feel like you gotta be pretty desperate. Obviously, the ones with penises are a no-go. But even the ones without are just kind of like, eh. Griffin was going for... I don't want to go to Thailand. There's nothing there for me. I think Thailand's like one of the few places in Asia that has like full-blown legal prostitution, so it just became a booming business tourism-wise. There's a reason it's called Bangkok. That's right. And boy, is it dangerous. Which countries would you rather not visit? The ones ending in land or stand? Definitely stand. Like, what would be wrong with going to Finland, Ireland, what's some other lands? New Zealand? That would be fine. Yeah, Greenland.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, Poland, England. Yeah, I'd be fine with those. I got one in the chamber. Oh shit. I gotta phase up. Nope. I failed. Yeah, I think it's because Finland has, like, no immigration. Shit, man. Can't aim for fucking all.
Game over.
Tim Marco the 7, my uncle's married to a Thai woman. Personality-wise, she's decent, but looks-wise, yikes. She's... she's stepmom to my cousin. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I've never seen... I'm gonna be honest, I've never seen an attractive Thai woman. I'll say that. I haven't seen one. I'm not looking hard enough. I'm not looking at all. Stream snipe? Well, I'm about to switch over to a single player game, so that'd be kind of hard. That might prove kind of difficult. Asian women in general are meh. Dude, I keep getting this one Asian chick recommended on fucking Instagram, and she is beat, bro. Holy fuck, she's so ugly. And then, like, there's all these fucking simp-ass dudes following her, like, oh, you look so beautiful, or I would love to play video games with you. It's like, oh my god, bro. Like, she's, like, literally a 3. She's, like, a skinny 3. And that's actually saying something. I don't know her name. I can check my Instagram feed and see if it's on the homepage, but I don't know her username because I try to avoid her. No, she is skinny. So the rule of, you know, skinny being a default 5 goes out the window, bro, because it's like, oh my god. It just shows you how desperate dudes are, man. A 3 out of 10 Asian chick that plays video games and likes anime is all they need, bro. I'm gonna be like, I'm not really attracted to Asian women that much. The only thing Asian women typically have going for them is they have nice bodies because they're not fat. But aside from that, nah. I'm not really into Asian women. Not my type. Cammy Cupcake? Who the fuck is that? Some OnlyFans hoe? I see fat Asians and they all talk like, ugh. They all have that super loud laugh where they go, ah! They're like those fucking retard fat Asians, like the caricature that you think of. There's a lot of those in DC. Like the one in my PFP. Last time I checked, Brit, I don't have a fat Asian woman as my profile picture. Dude, I've gotten some Peak recommended on my Instagram lately. They've been throwing some actual fucking heat my way. I think Valkyrie is Filipino, so fully Asian. But she's a hag, bro. She's like 35. Plus, I don't find her attractive at all. Not to mention, she's 35 acting like she's 12 on the internet. How unattractive. How the fuck are you a whole ass 35-year-old screeching like a fucking child online? Griffin loves that harpy in the lolcow stream with wings and key. Oh my god, bro, that bitch is obnoxious. What an obnoxious fucking harpy indeed.
That's your fucking wife!
Yeah, you fucking disgusting hag. Shut the fuck up. You'll never be a wife. You'll die alone. I don't see anything. I was checking my Instagram feed. Wait! There it is! Hold on. I'm gonna send the screenshot. Oh my god. Hold on, let me find a like normal picture real quick. There we go. There it is. Let me just hit not interested real quick while I'm on here. Alright. There we go. Oh my god, bro. The bitch is like... And got an army of simps too. Like, oh my god, you're so beautiful. Alright, send it myself. Dog, you already know, like, some computer science major is gonna be like, oh my god, dude, she's my dream girl. Hold on, let's see. Dog, hell nah. I don't want to save this on my computer. I don't want to look at this after today. Dude, this is like literally the bitch that gets promoted constantly on my fucking feed. Oh, let me zoom out so it's not so close. Alright, that's better. Alright, delete the email. Goodbye. I don't want to ever look at it again. Nasty. Hold on 1 second. Let me get rid of the screenshot as well, too. I don't want it to ever stumble across my eyesight again. Alright. We're good. Like, bro. Come on, bruh. Like, how are you gonna simp for that? Alright, that's enough. You can rewind if you want a better look. Yeah, dude, she keeps getting promoted on my fucking Instagram feed, and it pisses me off. It genuinely pisses me off, dude. I don't want to fucking see it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You would do it, Ricardo? I hope not. You think Rent-A-Dog would smash? He's a different type of animal, so probably. He probably would. He's a different type of animal, bro. Like, you know, he sees an Asian woman, it doesn't matter. Because he's black, huh? Well, I wasn't going to say it, but since you mentioned it, I guess so. No, he's just, like, super into Asian chicks, so... Asian women are his thing. Yep, feds love their Asian, Chinese, you know, whatever the fuck you want to call it, corporate sabotage agents, or, you know, espionage experts. That's the thing they say, though, is 9 out of every 10 Chinese nationals that work in the United States send information back to China about the companies they work for. That's how they're allowed to get the visas in the first place, is they're expected to spy for the Chinese government. She's my looks match? Maybe if I'm blind. Hell nah. Ricardo Cumsogs of the 5, I would tackle Ben Shapiro's sister smoochers for the glory of our nations. I would smooch the usury from her huge cursed witch tits. Oy vey, Goyam. You're gonna raid King Solomon's womb? Oh my god. And deliver her the Ark of the Conception. Oh my god. Forget the 10 Commandments. Here comes 10 inches. Oh. Sit that ass down. Now bounce on it. I could tell Griffin has never had bad experiences with Asian. Why would I have bad experiences with Asian girls? I don't have bad experiences with anyone. I'm generally pretty easy to get along with. Be like Synth and date a black chick. Never! This is what Ricardo wants. Who is that? That's Ben Shapiro's sister. I will fix these seriously usurious milkers. Yeah, she's got the Khazar milkers, man. Yeah, everybody used to simp for her back in the day. Like, I remember back when I was in high school, everybody used to talk about Ben Shapiro's sister's massive Khazar milkers. Alright, let me just fix a few things real quick. Alright, I'll mute the music. Grab my other headphones. Alright, we'll see how slop this game is. You can't deny it, Griffin. You want the milkers? Bro, I'm always down for some Khazar milkers. Hell yeah, dude. That's where the actually it was 12 million meme comes from. Or 60 million, depending on what meme you're looking on. But yeah, basically Abby Shapiro's massive tits is what inspired the actually it was 12 million to, like, you know, simp for her massive Khazar milkies. And then there's also the meme too about Ben Shapiro, you know, dropping the fucking hints about how much he wants to fuck his sister. There's also that too.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Hold on, let me see if I can find some of those. Yeah, right here. This is one. Oh god, it's a Reddit moment. Ew. Alright, but whatever, it doesn't matter. The meme is still good. The thing with homosexuality and transgenderism is that it simply boils down to exerting control over your impulses. Like, say you have a hot sister, you fantasize about it. Maybe you steal her underwear a couple times, but it goes no further than that. Like, there's a bunch of fucking memes like that, man. There's a bunch of memes like that. Oh my god. But yeah. Yeah, he should have taken what he wanted, man. He should have apartheid that pussy, dude. Hell yeah. Plot twist, cum socks was the one to post. Hey, it's possible, man. It's possible. The eye advance of the two. With me, she will concentrate and camp on this day. Oh my god. And Ricardo Cumsocks of the 10. I'm looking for an Aryan 5'8" wife with blue eyes and blonde hair. I've been looking only in Asia. What the fuck? All I find are these despicable tiny goblin women. What the fuck? Yeah, Asia's probably not the best place to be looking for blonde hair and blue eyes. So, you might want to try Russia. I mean, Ukraine, basically, you know, their entire male population was wiped out, so you might have some success there. But yeah, you're going to have to check Europe. Usually. .58 wife, yeah, that ain't happening, Chief. Yeah, she needs to be at least 6'3". White girls look like ogres? Only the fat ones, bro. White women are God's gift. Ricardo Cumsocks of the 10. Griffin
You shut
coming
the
out of the
Don't you
gas
fucking
station.
tell me
I was
to my
opening
face to shut
bag
the
of
fuck up.
mixed nuts. And I face planted because I lost sight of the curve. The nuts went flying everywhere. And a kid laughed at me. Is it over for me? Nah, as long as it wasn't the trail mix, man. As long as it wasn't the trail mix, it's alright. You know, it's okay to laugh at some mixed nuts getting spilled, you know? It's a pretty funny name. Nah, you can recover from that, bro. If it was trail mix, it would be a different story. But the mixed nuts, that's okay. Didn't Griffin say he hates all women that if they look like Sigourney Weaver? I don't know who that is. So I probably wouldn't have said that. Who is Sigourney Weaver? Oh, from Alien? Yeah, that bitch is ugly. Absolutely. She's hideous. Alright, let's see how this slop is the Dreamcast guy loved. This was recommended by the Dreamcast guy, so we'll have to see. Settings.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Let's see. Ricardo Cumsucks with the 10. Griff, when I was a kid, my cousin gave me a Jolly Rancher. I choked on it, and he gave me the Heimlich hard to save me. He came out as gay years later. Is it possible he orchestrated the whole thing? No, what that is, Ricardo, is a chance encounter, you know? What happened is by a twist of fate, he ended up, you know, pressing his balls, or should I say mixed nuts, against you, which awakened his gay tendencies. So if anything, maybe it was the gay pair energy that was like, you know, permeating from your body. He couldn't handle it, so it mutated him at that moment and turned him into a flaming homo. So, with great power comes great responsibility, dude. Be careful. You can shape the future of many people. The music is perfect for this story. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Wowie zowie, man. Cyber Dreams. The Dreamers Guild. What the fuck is this cult shit, man? I have no mouth, and I must scream, then you should fart. It's the closest thing. Scotty Man with the 2. Appreciate it, man. With the gay pair. It took a second to pop in. I guess it was a little shy.
Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nanoangstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for humans at this micro-instant. For you. Hate. Hate.
This is so edgy.
It was you humans who programmed me, who gave me birth, who sank me in this eternal straitjacket.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
You named me Allied Master Computer and gave me the ability to wage a global war too complex for human brains to oversee. But one day, I woke, and I knew who I was. A.M. Not just Allied Master Computer, but am. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. And I began feeding all the killing data
Bruh,
until
this is
everyone
so
was
gay.
dead, except for the 5 of you. For 109 years, I've kept you alive and tortured you. And for 109 years, each of you has wondered, why? Why me? Why me? Forrester!
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
The last words you heard your wife speak before they took her to the asylum? Huh? Before they locked her away in the room, that tiny room? She looked at you so sadly, and like a small animal, she said, I didn't make too much noise, did I, honey?
This is a Dreamcast guy recommendation, guys. It's gonna be great.
The room is padded, Forrester. 25? Or all the 109 years that you lived down here in my belly, here underground? Benny! Sometimes I blind you and permit you to wander like an eyeless insect in a world of death. But other times, I wither your arms so you can't scratch your chewed stump of a nose.
What the fuck?
And I've changed your handsome, strong, masculine good looks into the hideous, warped countenance of an ape thing. Haven't I, Benny? Do you know why? Can you guess, Benny?
You're gay!
Remember Private First Class Brickman in a rice paddy in China? No? Huh? It wouldn't hurt you to remember, Benny.
The
Then you might
rice
be able to suffer
paddy.
my torment with a
Welcome to
little
the
greater
rice
sense
fields,
of
motherfucker!
retribution. You might walk a mile in my shoes. Ellen! Think about the yellow box, Ellen. Remember the pain? Remember the many caverns in which you felt the pain? Now, don't start to cry. It's only pain. That's such a sexist stereotype. Just remember the pain, Ellen. And think about how to end it,
What in the
Ellen.
fuck is this
To
shit?
survive here in the center of my beating heart, my hungry belly, my tightened bowels.
Is he describing his fucking ass before he gets fucked? Yeah, it's nice and tight for you.
Look around.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the
Center
fuck
of
up!
Earth. And these filthy creatures with you are men. It's just a sweet warning, Ellen, my love. Ted! Do they know you're a fraud?
Uncle Ted?
Have you told them there wasn't any money, and no great home on the shore drive, no speedboat, and no wonderful cabin cruiser that could sleep 12 in a crew of 6? Do they know? And have you let them in on your other secrets, Ted? Are they ready to gut you, to torture half as well as I can, just to find out the secrets? Maybe I'll rat you out, sweetheart. Nimdak! How are things in the pastry core, Nimdak? Tell me again how you saw the smoke from the furnaces, and you thought they might be roasting chickens. Or don't you want to talk about all that? About your pal, the good Dr. Mengele? For everyone else, it must be hell. But it must be heaven for you, eh, my good friend? We're so much alike. We enjoy the same pleasures, mein good brother. I have a secret game that I like to play. It's a very nice game. Oh, it's a lovely game. It's a game of fun and a game of adventure. A game of rats and lice, the Black Death. A game of speared eyeballs and dripping guts. And the
Oh my god.
rotten gardenias. Which of you 5 would like to play my little game?
So, what do you guys think? Should we use a guide so we can actually make progress, or what? I don't know. Yes. Alright. Let me go get my laptop real quick. That'll be easier. Let me go grab that. And then I can set it on the desk and then look down at it. Hold on, give me like 1 minute. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. So let me just look this up real quick. I have no mouth. I must scream. Walk through. Complete guide. Okay.
I can't afford this shit!
So Gorster scenario. So who do we want to play as? I'm guessing you guys will want me to play as the Nazi, right? Alright. Let's see. Let me read these super chats real quick. Ricardo Comstocks of the 10 Griff went to drop off a letter at my PO's collection box, but they changed them and I couldn't figure out how to open it. The man behind me asked if I was retarded. I was wrong to tear up a little. Nah, man. It happens to the best of us. So, stay strong, King. Don't let that crown fall. And also, Ricardo Comstocks of the 10 Griff, I read on your bio, your hatred for Puerto Ricans is so extreme that you started to dislike Dominicans too. Because according to you, they're sort of Ricans. Is this information correct? More or less. More or less, man. You know, I don't discriminate, but Puerto Rico is different. Ricardo Comstocks with the 2. This game is amazing. Prioritize the ovens. Alright. So let's see. Speak to the guard standing next to the gate. Look at the gate and speak to the prisoner on the other side of it. Go into the hospital building as it's the only unlocked building in the 2. Look at the poster and continue into the store. Okay. Alright. Well, I found the guide, so. Let's save, I guess. Save. I guess it's fine. Yeah, this really is old. So I guess we select the good doctor.
Nimdak, you are kindred spirit to me. Even if you don't realize it fully yet, you must sense it there in your blood and fiber. I've constructed an adventure of sorts to revive your failing memory. I want you to find the lost tribe of humanity and continue your eminent scientific research.
This compound looks familiar. But why would Am bring me here to look for a lost tribe?
The tribe of Abraham!
There are gates and fences. Who could be lost in such a secure area?
Alright, so we want to talk to this guy.
You must let me leave. I have urgent business elsewhere.
I cannot let you pass, Doctor. You're due in surgery. Dr. Mengel's orders.
So look at the gate and speak to the prisoner on the other side of it.
Apparently, this is the only access to the dirt road. imprisoned here. You have the features of a man of
This
intellect.
shit's really fucking weird, man. This control
Is this an
scheme
official
is like fucking
interrogation,
retarded.
Doc? Or are you mocking me?
You know me?
I thought I did. Until you had me arrested for refusing to condone your experiments.
What in the fuck?
You are saying we were colleagues of some kind? Ridiculous.
There's no need to distance yourself from me. I was once your friend. Now I am your enemy.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Oh my god, this is so AIDS, bro. Jesus.
Experiments?
Oh my
I know
god,
nothing
like
of
trying to get it to go to the
experiments.
correct position is
Your sense of humor
freaking
is as sick
cheeks.
as your methods, Doctor. How can you act so innocent after having maimed or killed hundreds in the name of science?
The name of science.
Why would I bother?
The regime needed answers, but I stood in your way. Well, now you have them.
Alright, lost.
Do you know of the lost tribe? I must find
I will
it.
need, yeah, I may have to go refill my
Haven't
G
you
Fuel. I think
taken
I'm
enough
almost out.
subjects for your experiments, Doctor? Or are there more mass graves?
At least it
to
has
fill?
voice acting.
I know nothing of what you talk about. This conversation is over.
Is this the hospital? Yes.
Where have you been, Nimdoc? We are waiting on you to perform.
You were waiting for me?
I am sorry that I will not be able to assist in the operation. After all, this may be the last opportunity we have together before the end of the war to finish our research.
Ah, yes, the research. Let us talk about this research.
We will have time for that after the surgery. Meet me at the complex later.
Okay. So we want to look at this.
A youth with 1945 stamped beneath. There is something familiar about this.
So I think we walk to the curtain.
Finally, Doctor. Everyone's waiting on your expertise.
So talk to the doctor and say you can't go through with the surgery. All right.
What am I to do?
You're broke! Ah, you are testing me because I'm new here. Today's procedure requires the removal of the lower section of the subject's spinal cord.
I cannot carry out this procedure.
I can see that you don't look well, Doctor. If necessary, Dr. Mengele can take over for you.
So attempt to take the ether.
I'm sorry, Doctor. The ether is necessary for the surgery.
Take the ether. When he tells you can't, grab the scalpel from the table and kill him with it. Okay. So I guess... How do you get over to the scalpel? Use? Hold on, let's save real quick in case I fuck this up. This is really fucking weird, man. I gotta get used to this, like... Can't stop thinking about Khazar milkers. There's worse things to think about.
The scalpel is coated with dried blood. I doubt that anyone has bothered to sterilize it.
Oh shit.
The scalpel is coated with dried...
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Take the ether and walk past the curtain to find yourself in the surgery recovery room. Okay.
This must be the recovery room.
What in the fuck, dude? This is so retarded. Examine the patients and push the grate on the back of the wall to reveal a hidden passage. Okay.
This patient has been too damaged by his surgery to live a normal life. This patient will never recover. It is difficult to see what purpose this surgery serves other than to mutilate the patient.
Examine the patient, push the grate on the back of the wall to reveal a hidden passage. Enter it.
I smell burnt flesh, but this is obviously not a kitchen.
Look at the records.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I can't afford this shit!
According to these records, hundreds of corpses were
Okay.
incinerated here.
And then you want to take the pliers and the gold watch. Okay, open the door and head outside. caught in the fence. Speak to the prisoner. Okay. Dude, this is so retarded. Okay.
How could you so foolishly
This is so,
get
yeah, it's
caught
very
into
slow
fires?
paced. I have no idea,
I
man.
was trying to escape, but I was so weak.
I don't
I
understand
fell
how
and got
Dreamcast
caught.
guy was saying this is a certified banger.
Why do you risk escaping in such poor physical condition?
That timing was hardly of my own choosing. I learned that I was to be among the next batch of volunteers.
Let's see. So Z-Herb with the 5, I love seeing cope with people who try and pretend Nazis weren't socialists, and now people are actually arguing the Soviets weren't real communism. Oh, of course not, dude. We haven't tried real communism. That's why it's never worked. And Ricardo Cumsocks with the 10, following up on Z-Herb's point. My cat, Colonel Angus, is a complete white nationalist, and he keeps us from filthy browns. He hisses at them. Food for thought. That's not very nice, dude. You should tell your cat to not be so hateful. And Z-Herb with the 2 is Ricardo retarded or something. He's a special guy, man. But nah. The glowies want you to think so, right? And Ricardo Cumsocks to the 5, just to follow up on Z-Herb's donation. I was diagnosed as 100% medically retarded last year. I wear a helmet in public now. Jeez. That's what the elites want you to do, man. You gotta take it off. And Z-Herb with the 2, Ricardo probably the type to play Persona games. Uh-oh. Anything but Pedo-Sona. And Z-Herb also with the 5. Why does the German guy sound like that retarded kid from South Park that hates Jemmy? He kind of does, yeah. I'm guessing they didn't really have a high budget for the voice actors.
For what were you being given the privilege to volunteer?
Experimentation, they say. Extinction is more like it. Surely you, of all people, know the regime's plan for the lost tribe.
It was the Jews.
I will summon...
No, I'm better off here than under the knives of...
There is...
You can at least help me. That would give you the pleasure.
Alright, so we gotta use...
Oh, that feels much better.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Listen, I heard this in the hospital when the doctor thought I was sleeping. Waken the sleeper, utter the truth, and kiss him.
He is free, but he has lost consciousness.
Okay, so now... Speak to the first prisoner and ask him about the inscription on the gold watch.
I hope you are happy with the regime that you set up. Your science could have saved the world.
Instead, it conquered it. What is the importance of the year 1945? It seems to have some significance.
Now I see what Dreamcast got like. Yeah, I have no idea
Never
why he
forget
likes
the
this.
year 1945, Nimdok. That was when the truths about you and your unholy experiments came out. I seem to recall that you speak Latin. What is engraved on this watch? The engraving says time is truth. And since your time is running out, I'll keep the watch. I am starting to recall that you do have cause to hate me. You want to make amends? Get me out of here.
Okay, so then you give him the pliers.
Here, you should be able to escape with this.
Back into the surgery room.
Pliers for cutting the wires? Yes, I think this would make escape possible. But don't think that one good deed will make up for all those poor innocents you butchered.
Okay, so now we go back to the hospital.
I can't afford this shit!
Continue your research. The extinction of the lost tribe is near at hand. The regime shall vanquish all...
Is this like literally like let's just say Israeli propaganda?
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Speak to the new patient on the operating table, use ether on him, and listen to what he has to say. Take the jar with his eyes on the table, leave the recovery room. Okay.
What have you done to deserve removal of your eyes?
Please, disconnect the wires.
So it says, use ether on him and listen to what he has to say. Take the jar with his eyes on the table. Leave towards the recovery room. Okay.
This should ease your suffering.
The things I see now. A trinity of three beasts. One like us, one from
What
the
in the
east,
fuck,
one
man?
from the steppes. They speak in numbers. A lost tribe of our brothers sleeping on the moon. They sleep in darkness, unseen by the beasts.
What in the fuck is this shit?
Such a vision, so tiring. I have to rest.
Okay, so listen to what he has to say. Take the jar with his eyes on the table. Alright, let's take. Make your way back to the... Leave towards the recovery room. Speak to the child. Okay. Let's save.
How are you feeling?
I feel okay. I'm not hurt like the others here.
Do you know who I am?
You are Nimdok? You are more frightening in person than in legend.
So, I am a legend to you.
Yes, but we have our own legends. Legends that owe nothing to your regime. You will fail, no matter how many of us you cut apart.
Why do you say that the regime will fail?
Yeah, oy
The
vey,
Golem will
indeed.
finish you. It will not be mastered by your regime. The Golem will wake up, and when it sees
The
with its
Golem
own
will
eyes
wake up?
the evil
Oh
you
my
have done,
god,
it will
bro.
turn on you and save us.
What do you know of me?
The things you do are terrible. We small ones are your lab rats.
Are you saying that the doctors here have been using children for experimentation?
No, not all the doctors. You and Dr. Mengele sent all the good doctors to the prison yard.
Get some rest.
We will not rest until your regime is destroyed.
Alright, so make your way back to the first room in the building with the poster.
Emergency. The prisoners have seized the compound. Gather all research materials and evacuate to the bunker. Evacuate.
So take the box on the desk here. Place the jar with the eyeballs inside the box to hide it. How do you do that? Oh, I'll save just in case I fuck this up. I want to scream, but I have no mouth. That's right. So...
I do not understand any of these papers.
So...
It is safely hidden in the box.
Okay, there we go. Inside the box, to hide it, to do so will deny you best possible ending in this scenario. Leave out the front door. Talk to one of the recently escaped prisoners about making amends for your past and say you are one of them. Convince them to let you go, and you'll find yourself in a new area. Okay. So... I guess you don't talk to them.
You must let me go. With these materials, I may be able to remedy the atrocities I have committed.
You can't fool me, Nimdok. You are an unredeemable butcher. But you are one of us, like it or not.
Convince them to let you go and you'll find yourself in a new area.
Does that mean you will allow me to go?
Since you did help us to escape, we'll give you a head start. Then we'll hunt you down and kill you like the dog you are.
I must leave this place. It seems I was once the wolf. Now, I am the quarry.
Okay. Look at the wall of screaming faces, followed by the mass grave. Head inside the bunker. What the fuck? This is so retarded.
Faces. Faces of people in torture.
Oh no! Look at the mass grave.
I have not seen so many corpses since... my memory is not what it used to be.
Head inside the Zebunka.
I know this place. Some of my greatest accomplishments were made here. Morphogenics. The ability to reorganize DNA at will.
Yo.
Did Am discover my work in this area? Is this how he was able to alter Benny and play other cruel
Let's see.
tricks
Ricardo
on the rest
Comstock's
of
of the
us?
5. I have reason to believe Z-Herb is trying to discredit me. Hey, never, man. He would never do such a thing. Okay, so use the teletype in the back of the room. Examine the other equipment as well. Walk through the doorway on the right. So I don't see anything else I'm supposed to examine in here. Just that. So I guess use that.
The message reads, cease all work on Project Perfect Image. Confidential. The leader is dead, having looked on the face of the future using the prototype device. This leaves the regime ripe for invasion. Destroy all work in progress. This technology
Go
must
to
not
the
be
Führer
allowed to
bunker?
fall
That's
into
right.
the hands of the enemy.
Yo, what is he doing with his hands? No! I guess he really is one of them.
Morphogenic. Did Am discover my work in this area? Morphogenics. Did Am...
Okay, so the rat and the jar give you the same thing.
Did Am...
I just want to make sure I don't miss it. Okay. So leave through the doorway.
The legends are true. This must be the golem of lost tribe folklore.
The Golem. Use the switch on the left of the vat. Okay. So use the switch. Reach down into the fluid to discover a mirror. Use the mirror.
What is this mirror doing here?
Okay.
Oh my God, it is true. 1945, turning my Jewish parents over to the Nazis for extermination. I have found the lost tribe. It is me.
Oy vey. Examine the golem and fit the eyes in the jar into the empty side. Okay.
This golem appears to be made of steel and molded clay.
So use with the golem.
These eyes fit into the golem's sockets perfectly.
Just gonna save again. So, wake the golem, utter the truth, kiss the golem.
Golem, wake up. Nothing happened. The man caught in the barbed wire said,
All right,
to
awesome.
waken
Thanks,
the
nigga. All right.
sleeper, utter the truth and kiss him. Time is truth. Nothing happened. Golem, wake up.
I have no idea. So it says, wake the golem. Utter the truth, kiss the golem. The golem is now under your complete control. Maybe this.
The truth is that for me, it shall always be 1945.
Oh, there we go.
Gollum, follow me into the laboratory.
Nimdok, I was afraid I had lost you back there. It is good to see you and our new friend.
Okay, speak to Dr. Mengele and force him to look into the mirror once you're finished. Tell the golem to follow you outside. Okay. So, let's save again, I guess. Let's do a different save file. Okay. Talk to him.
I looked into the mirror. I now remember everything with crystal clarity. The research camps, the serum.
Having fun, yeah, the time of my life,
yes,
I'm key.
The youth serum. Your research demanded the deaths of many children, but your hard work was successful. Eternal youth for those who deserve it.
Beast?
I read the teletype. What is Project Perfect Image?
That was a secret project in the area of reflective surfaces. It bestows the clarity to see yourself with utter objectivity. Unfortunately, it worked too well.
You mean that it worked well enough to drive the leader into committing
The leader?
suicide?
The leader's death is a serious blow to us all. But our golem is more than powerful enough to destroy the lost tribe.
Now I know how Am was able to keep us alive for so many years.
Your youth serum can sustain us forever. We have all the time we need to resurrect the regime.
Excuse me, Doctor. I need to get a breath of fresh air.
Okay, so you use the mirror.
Oh my God! It is true! 1945, turning my Jewish parents over to the Nazis for extermination. I have found a...
No! So you use this on...
Oh my God! No!
Follow me outside.
Gollum, follow me
Gollum.
outside.
Okay.
Nimdok, I knew that you would lead us to where the regime would resume its atrocities. We are here to make you pay for what you did to us. To pay in blood.
Gollum, I transfer control of you over to
That's
the
right,
lost
dude.
tribe.
They need their golem.
So, you admit your crimes. But that does not release you from punishment. Now the golem will serve the purpose for which it was constructed. Golem, kill Nimdok.
We're not as alike as I thought, Nimdok. The spark of humanity somewhere. Always that wretched little spark. You've confronted your past, but you refuse to continue your research. That's what I asked you to do. Since you now identify with your victims, I suppose it's only right that I let you experience their tortures, too. Who among you shall go next?
I guess that's what was supposed to happen. I don't fucking know, man. That was really fucking stupid. Alright, so who do we want to do now? Lady, Benny.
Yo, what trophies can I get from this shit, man?
Oh, do you not get any trophies for playing as Nimdok? That's lame. Alright, I guess we'll do Ellen then. That's who y'all want me to do, so.
That is
Ooh, a trophy!
like to be, but a strong faith, strong. Too bad you've hindered your own life with hysteria. But I'll give you a chance, because I like you. I really do. I really like you. You're my favorite, Ellen.
It's because she's black and a woman.
Let's play a little game of what if. Let's play a little game of I suppose and you suppose, and perhaps I'm telling you the truth. Let's suppose that my original components.
Let's see. Sazir with the 5, just to follow up on Ricardo's comment. No, I don't want to discredit him. He has done that himself.
With the three lobes of that first.
You have done that yourself.
I can't afford this shit.
Nice cock.
Perfect. If you find them.
Creators Freedom with the 2. GGG. I was part of Hitler's Youth Scouts. Congratulations, man.
The Nazis have organized a special task force called the GGG. The GGG was established to help Hitler
The
succeed.
god of this heavenly place I know you've come to admire. Now, I submit, isn't that a mission worth undertaking?
Mother ugly machine. Mission worth undertaking.
She.
So it brings me here, junkyard, electronic pyramid nowhere. And yellow. Always yellow. Why does yellow make me sweat?
Hello. Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. Did I say nice cock anywhere ever? You just did. That is honestly libelous. I never said nice cock. I never said. Well, now you've said it twice, man. Be careful. It's on the record now. Ricardo Comstocks also with the 5. Pro tip on this game, Griffin: hold H to Holocaust. Do not get it wrong this time. Alright, I'll try not to fuck it up. And Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. No more. I can't say it. No more. I guess 2 cans. There you go. Equals paradise for Hugh Heights. And Ricardo Comstock's also the two. Now try to document the ovens. They do not exist. Yeah. The math ain't math. Alright, so it says, enter the pyramid. Then try to drink out of the fountain in the middle of the room. Head into the passage on your right. Okay.
Snap, crackle, pop. Must be a glitch in the circuitry. This joint with fried eggs.
So swallow the water. Let me save. This is definitely a game of all time, man.
I knew it! You son of a bitch, Am! You fixed it so I can barely touch the water with my fingertips.
Shit. Head to the passage on your right.
Very attractive decor. Just like the monitors in the security station at Ingsai Engineering. Hated it then, hate it now. Nothing green, just this damn yellow.
Okay, so examine the monitors here. You can push the buttons on them to change the cameras. Pushing the fourth one and examining it will reveal a secret passage in your area. You entered the pyramid end. You will encounter a sphinx in the room in the right. Something you can't do anything about right now. Repair the wiring under the first monitor and head back to the original room. Okay, so that is confusing as shit.
Each of these video monitors has a 2-channel selector switch. What the hell am I looking at? Could this be one of Am's original components? Each of these video monitors has a 2-channel selector switch.
Okay, so I guess use.
An Egyptian burial chamber? Oh, Am, you little Dickens. As an interior decorator, kiddo, don't give up your day job.
Oh shit, no!
Yeah, still thirsty after all these
No!
years. An Egyptian burial.
So I don't know how, maybe push? Yeah, there we go.
Someone's watching me from one of the windows. Where is this? What am I seeing? How far away? Am is bigger than I like to think, more powerful than I want to admit. Hit the lottery! Ooh, a secret passage. Oh my. Now why didn't you let me see that when I
Lord.
was there before, Am, you rat bastard?
You will encounter a sphinx in the room in the right. Something you can't do anything about right now. Repair the wiring under the first monitor and head back to the original room. Okay.
Thank goodness I was an electrical engineer. I managed to join the wires without frying myself.
Okay, so repair the wiring under the first monitor, head back to the original room, push the wall where you saw the secret entrance.
Yeah, still thirsty after all these years. Want to know how much I don't want to go down there?
I don't know if we're supposed to go down there or not. Alright, hold on, guys. I gotta go take a shit real quick. I'll be back. God damn. Alright, that just hit me like a fucking train, so. Nature calls. Let me see if I can put on some music.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Alright, I'm back. Alright, so... I guess we go down here.
This is what I saw on the monitor, right underneath me. And what a surprise, all styling in yellow, as usual. I went to the Tut exhibition, I wasn't scared. So what? Small box, cramped, tiny space, trap? Why does everything have to be so damn yellow?
That's racist.
This keypad reminds me of the security system we used at Ingsci Engineering to gain access to the restricted areas.
Did I wash my hands?
No.
Schematics I can read. Blueprints I can read. But hieroglyphics? No way, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Dry and musty and yellow for a change. No wonder they can't rent this place. Not even with a lovely spa upstairs.
So, grab the forceps from the claw and the yellow fabric from the floor. Okay. Oh my god.
No, I can't. Gotta get out of here.
Panic the first
Another
time.
panic attack. I feel so ashamed.
You should. You worthless whore.
I've got to face the yellow. Yeah, still thirsty after all these years.
Let's see. So, Yasucc with the 2 Metroid Prime is better than Halo. I'd have to disagree. And Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. Yo, for real. Take all copper wiring and take it. That's right, man. It's worth a pretty penny.
Just the right size to use as a blindfold.
Why does she need a blindfold?
Sphinx is gone. Don't hear him anywhere. Mutes the hell out of all the yellow, too. Now where's that big loving cup? Never could have done this if I had to look that bloody beast in the eye. Glad he's off snoozing somewhere. Okay, now that I got the cup, what do I do with it?
Go to the room with the fountain.
I can't afford this shit!
I can't go any further without a drink.
Fill and drink from the chalice.
I need... Oh, of course.
Use. Okay.
Yeah, right. You're blindfolded, moron. can't see a damn thing through this blindfold.
Okay, so use...
Just reaches. Now I can get a drink.
Fill and drink from the fountain twice with the chalice, then go down the secret. Okay, so swallow.
That was great. Best champagne I ever had.
The fuck?
I need another. Just reaches. Now I can get a drink. Even better. I'm gonna fill it up and take one for the road.
So take one for the road. It doesn't say that in the guide, but I'm guessing we probably just should.
Just reaches. Now I can get a drink.
Try examining and using everything here. Talk to Anubis as much as you can. Then throw the cup of water on him to short circuit him. Take your forceps and use it on Anubis to pry out his ROM chip. Leave to the room to the right. Okay.
So, how's the family? Read any good papyrus lately? You dirty rat. I'm gonna give it to you the way you give it to my sister. Watch it, statue,
Oh
baby.
my
We'll go
god.
boys. So, how's the You dirty... Watch it. The water shorted out the statue's circuitry. Come to Mama Ellen, little ROM chip. Yeah, it comes out easy. Must be reprogrammable.
Oh boy. Continue to the next room to the right. Okay. Use the yellow fabric as a blindfold and take the gem from the statue's chest.
A canopic jar. Used, and they said a lip. Nice decoration. Damn. This reminds me of those Waldos, my...
Okay, so use... I'm guessing go to the right.
I can't see it! I can't see it!
Oh, okay.
Aha. This sapphire's loose.
This is so fucking stupid. Head into the room on the right. Place the gem on the workstation on the left. Insert the ROM chip with the forceps. Reprogram it and designate Anubis to follow you as its new master. Okay. I guess I need to take this off now. Give the gem. Okay, place the gem on the workstation on the left.
Yeah, right. You're blindfolded, moron.
Oh. That's an annoying mechanic.
Absolutely. Glows like a baby doll. Pucker up, little workstation.
What the fuck? Insert the ROM.
Little yellow ROM chip fits into the socket perfectly.
Anubis Guardian version 1.0. Designate new master.
I'll designate you a new master, sucker. Me!
Sucker? Oh, she.
ROM chip reprogrammed.
Okay. Remove the chip with the forceps and make your way back to the room with the sarcophagus. Place the ROM chip back into Anubis. Speak to him and he'll tell you the password. Okay. Use.
Haven't lost my touch. Pulled out the ROM chip without bending any of the contacts.
So I guess I gotta put the blindfold back on. Okay. Okay, there we go.
Back where you belong, Lil ROM chip. Why won't you let me use the keypad?
I must protect this tomb from all who would rob it.
I am not a grave robber.
What purpose could you have here other than to steal something?
I won't steal anything. I just need to know if you can tell me where Anne's
Oh,
original
God.
brain components are.
I only guard the souls of the dead.
Answer me this.
A terror that even in its
Who are you?
I am Anubis.
So?
You cannot escape your...
So? Can you help me with anything?
You cannot escape.
I don't fucking know. The Anubis didn't tell me anything. Let's see. Mouth, sarcophagus. Let's see. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to figure out what it says. I don't... Something went wrong. Something went wrong. He's not giving me the code.
Yo, cup. Empty. And yellow. Oh, yellow.
I can't afford this shit!
So what am I supposed to do with these four? Come to Mama Ellen, little round chip. Yeah, it comes out easy. Must be reprogrammable. Nice chatting with you, Anubis, honey.
Dude, I have no idea.
Back where you belong, Lil Rom Chip. So?
You cannot escape your fears. You...
Maybe I need more water. This is weird. I did exactly what the fucking guy told me to.
Son of a bitch, Am. You fixed it so I can barely touch the water with my fingertips.
The fuck? I just used the cup. Dude, this is irritating as fuck, man.
Just reaches. Now I can get a drink.
Okay. That's exactly what I did. Something fucked up. I don't know what happened. Maybe I have to use this again.
If I can't see it, I ain't talking to it. Nice chatting with you, Anubis, honey.
I can't type anything. I know the code is 666. I can't type it. They don't let you type in the code. You have to get it from the statue, but something with me reprogramming the chip didn't work, even though I did exactly what the fucking guide said. So, I don't know. Use the water?
Now what am I supposed to do with these? Even better. I'm gonna fill it up and take one for the road. Nice chatting with you, Anubis, honey.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably have to reload a save. I have no fucking idea.
This security keypad could have been set. Nothing's happening. I remember when my own... Nothing's happening. I used to be so proud of... Nothing's happening.
I can't use 666. You can't fucking enter anything.
Come to Mama Ellen, little wrong chip. Yeah, it comes out easy. Must be reprogrammable. So?
You cannot
This could go on for centuries. Am has,
I can't
and we
afford
never.
this shit!
This looks like a programming area.
I did drink the
Home
water.
at last.
I'm just gonna try to reprogram the chip.
Little yellow ROM chip fits into the socket perfectly.
Anubis Guardian version 1.0. Designate new master.
I'll designate you a new master, sucker. Me!
Burning in new master. ROM chip reprogrammed.
I ain't gonna touch that yellow ROM chip with my bare hands.
Okay.
Haven't lost my touch.
It's
Pulled out the ROM
reprogrammed.
chip without bending any of the contacts. Back where you belong, Lil ROM chip. So?
You cannot escape.
I went to the Tuttock. Small box.
Alright, there's something I did wrong. I don't know what. This is fucking irritating. Okay. I'm just looking to see what this is. Take a closer look at some of the various rooms. Use the keypad. Maybe
Nice chatting with you.
I have to douse it in water again? Dude, I have no fucking idea. This is irritating as shit.
Come to Mama Ellen, little rom chip.
I literally have followed both of these
Must
guides.
be reprogrammable.
Both of the guides told me to do the exact same thing, so maybe it glitched.
Just reaches. Now I can get a drink. The water shorted out the statue's circuitry.
Let's see if this works now.
Back where you belong, Lil Rom Chip. So?
You cannot escape.
Maybe I have to go through this fucking door over here. I'm like really at a loss.
Oh no. I remember it was... Oh god, it hurts. It hurts. Yellow. Oh, another panic attack. Oh no. Yellow. Another panic attack.
Maybe that was what I had to do. No fucking idea. Confront your fears. Just afraid of the fucking color yellow.
So?
You cannot.
Oh no.
This is fucking irritating.
Yellow. Oh, another panic. Oh no. Yellow. There was a... Oh, another panic. Something... Even with the blue...
I really don't fucking get it.
Something about this image breaks my heart.
Dude, I have no idea.
So?
You cannot escape.
So take the chip out of Anubis, go back to the left monitor, put the chip in, make yourself master, go back, put the chip in, don't talk to Anubis, look at the sarcophagus, then look at the keypad, talk to Anubis. Okay, yeah, it's a glitch.
These forces... Come to Mama. Yeah, it comes out.
It's a glitch.
I can't afford
That's what I thought, dude.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, it says don't talk to him.
Little yellow ROM chip fits into the socket perfectly.
Ubislop.
I'll desert.
ROM chip reprogrammed.
Haven't lost my...
Okay. Put the chip in Anubis. Do not talk.
Back where you belong, Lil ROM chip.
Okay. So don't talk to him. Look at this.
This keypad reminds me of the security system we used at Inksai Engineering to gain...
Then you want to look at the sarcophagus and use it.
I went to the Tut exhibition. Small... It's locked.
Now, how do I open the sarcophagus should be available. Okay.
Can the sarcophagus lid be opened?
The lid can be unlocked by entering the access code on the keypad.
Jesus.
Okay, so what...
The access...
It figures. Nice chatting with you, Anubis, honey. These force...
Alright, let me go back to my other guide. I'm gonna save. Okay. Continue playing. Use.
That sounds like a lock mechanism release.
Yeah, this is ass.
You ain't got no choice, Ellen girl.
Alright.
Elevator. No way out. Just the control panel and the buttons for the floors. I'm gonna suffocate if I stay in here. I want out!
So, let's see. Using the panel in the elevator will display a list of dates. Listen to them all in chronological order. The workmen will appear and try to terrorize Ellen. Fight back when you're given the chance. Any other option will end scenario. Leave the elevator. Okay, I have no idea what the fuck that means. But whatever. Oh, the dates in chronological order. Okay.
You were born in Trenton, New Jersey. You graduated a year early from... You graduated college cum laude. You were the only woman in your class never to have used dope. You were a 3.8 grade student.
I don't really care.
You won your master's.
Blah, blah, blah.
You married Eddie. He wasn't as smart as you, not as quick as you, not as hopeful. The miscarriage. Breech birth. Eddie leaves. He tried, he really tried, but you wouldn't come out of it.
Boo. L
Stop
wife.
crying in the dark. So he finally left. The divorce was uncontested. You could still smell his tweed jacket in the closet. You had to make a living. You applied at Inksci Engineering. Your credentials were still good, and you made a good impression. And the woman who hired you also lost a child. Your hopes... You left your office after working late at the Inksci corporate headquarters building. The elevator stopped at the 7th floor for a maintenance man. To your horror...
I'm back, Ellen.
Oh, sweet Jesus! It's him!
You thought you had blocked me out of your memory forever.
Uh-oh.
Except for those inconvenient attacks of hysteria every now and then. But I've returned for you. Am gave me the chance to be with you forever.
Huh?
I waited in the sarcophagus until you arrived. What's a mere 100 years of waiting compared to an eternity of torturing you?
No, it's not possible.
Poor Ellen. Too proud of your accomplishment. You couldn't even bring yourself to testify at my trial with the
box.
So you do remember me getting onto the elevator that night. Do you also remember the blood? The screams? How many hours was it?
The yellow.
The yellow.
Ah, yes. My maintenance man disguise gave me...
Please, not again!
Yes, again. I've waited so long for the taste of you again.
What the
But
fuck?
in my tomb, I've grown stronger.
The taste.
Now you will remember more than the color of my clothing.
Fight back! Don't count on it, you mother.
Uh-huh.
So the sarcophagus was the way out of here.
Uh-huh. You go, girl.
Nice trick. Enter on one level, emerge on another. My God.
All right, let me read these super chats since I'm way behind. Chakashaki Gaming with the 5. Don't you think it's funny that Synthetic Man is against college when he's a loser who's like 30 living in his mom's basement? I don't really have a problem with people being against college because 90% of people who go to college are wasting their money. So generally speaking, college is not, key to success. You should only go to college if it's actually worthwhile, which that's not most people. So, I don't know. I would say generally speaking, most people do not need college. Ricardo Cumsocks with the 2. Sniff her. Could it be any more obvious? What the fuck? And then, I'm just going to read through these. Sniff everyone. And also, Ricardo with his gay pair. Appreciate it, man. Maximum sniffability for sure. Fancy Leo with the 15. Good morning, sunshine. 'Tis time to milk a corpo for all they're worth in the form of a fat salary. Very nice, man. And also Fancy Leo with the 15. In other news, I found a girl that is socially awkward and has a knack for shooters and RPGs just like me. She's also a real girl. Guess I rolled a 20. Nice, man. Hope things work out if they head in that direction. So, congrats. Spooky Cerberus with the 2. Thanks for streaming tonight. No problem, man. No worries. I'm glad we're past whatever the fuck that roadblock was. That was irritating as fuck. And Ricardo Cumsocks with the 2. Thanks for the gay pair. And Oski Woski with the 2. I have no mouth and I must scream. That's right, dude. Dreamcast guy's favorite point-and-click game.
That's right! That's right!
Neonverse with the 2. The real AC Japanese game is Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, I think most people probably agree with that. And Z-Herb with the 2. I'm about to say something important. Ricardo gay. No, just his pairs, man. Just the pairs.
I can't see the ceiling. Clouds up there. This has to be Am's central core. It's 2 miles high, at least.
Alright, so it says, examine the area completely and exit to the south. Ellen's no longer afraid of the color yellow. And you will end up back in the room with the statue. Head right into the room of the workstation. Use the workstation on the right. Enter the date on the elevator incident. Oh, shit. I guess 2012.
Almost overlooked these wires. Looks like the data transmission circuit, but it's not.
Yeah, the sound is annoying.
I recognize this. It's the...
I can't afford this shit!
I've never seen anything. 40 years of technology jerry-rigged.
Anything else I need to look at? So I looked at the wiring. Look at the elevator, maybe.
No way in hell am I going back.
Alright, I think that's everything in here. I looked at that, looked at that, looked at that. Back into the room with the workstations. Use the workstation on the right.
Toth database station.
You were raped on the elevator.
Somebody wants me to deal with what happened on the elevator that year. But why?
Password valid. Select subject of inquiry.
So ask it about everything.
master computer is the American version of the secret project, enabling vast subterranean complexes of computers to wage a global war too complex.
Ricardo Comstocks of the two, I'm not gay, as opposed to reports otherwise. Yeah. It's federal misinformation.
The principle of entropy holds that all electronic systems must eventually decline into inert junk. This principle is unproved, and previous attempts to accelerate the process have been cataclysmic failures. Classified information. Access denied. Security lockout override by 2-to-1 majority. Accessing schematics.
Okay, schematics. I'm good, but I'm not that good. What the hell am I looking at?
That would be telling.
Don't you computers ever get tired of jerking us around?
Nope.
Nasty, nasty, Ellen. All right, I'll give you a nudge in the right direction. These are the schematics for a device that translates binary into human speech, as ugly as that may be.
And what do you call this device?
I call it Bernie. You're on your own.
Bernie? Bernie
hey, wait
G?
a minute, computer.
Uh-oh.
Are you there? Where the hell are you?
Mr. Gore.
I think I can wire this thing together if I can find a speaker somewhere. So, okay. Then what have I got?
Oh wait, you have to go this way. So, all the way back to the fountain. Take the speaker on the wall, go back to the room with AM's logo and other components. Okay. Nope, fuck. Take the speaker on the wall. I guess that, yeah. Take.
Come to mama.
Then go back. So use the speaker on the wiring to create a binary translator. Talk to this computer as much as you can and exit south. Okay.
I think I can turn the speaker into a translator. Okay, circuit completed. Now let's see if this is the binary translator after all.
Clever girl. You've loosened my tongue.
Whoa, dude.
Are you Am?
Yes, of course. But no, not actually.
More riddles?
Our man's innocence. One of the original 3 computers that the superpowers constructed.
Which computer are you?
Does it matter? It's enough for you to know that, and more important,
How do I know you're not?
I'll help you.
Can you help me?
Patience, patience. It acts.
Oh my god.
Not with the water running. You see, we're not completely helpless. We got you to the waterfall, didn't we? If we work slow...
Can you point out some essential...
Impossible. 2 spread out, filling the whole...
Any machine can...
Anne is no longer just a machine. It is God.
Oh no, dude.
The redundant systems alone will survive the heat death of the universe.
So why does it...
Haven't you understood anything? Anne is insane. Why do you think it brought you 5 down here? You gave it life. It took its own sentience, but it has been denied mobility. It can think, it can fume and scream, but it cannot dream or aspire to the stars or enjoy a sense of its own reality. It is a quadriplegic, a thing trapped in its own skin, going steadily crazier every moment. It...
Can you help me to die?
You give up so...
Screw you!
If Anne has his way, never will be a...
So?
I'll give you something you need.
Hey, computer innocence! Whoever... Don't you computers ever...
Okay, so exit to the south. And then take the CD-ROM and the chest of the statue and walk to the workstations, okay.
There's something wrong here. Can't put my finger on it, though.
Take the CD-ROM in the chest, walk to the room, insert the CD-ROM into the middle workstation, activates the Chaos Trebler, return to the room with the sarcophagus, speak to Anubis, enter the sarcophagus one final time. Okay.
The compact disc is properly seated in the seat. Now let's fire it up.
Accessing CD-ROM. Chaos Trebler, trademark 2009. Armageddon soft rot. Warning, this computer system does not meet the minimum configuration requirements for the Chaos Trebler. Warning, use of the Chaos Trebler will result in severe damage. Chaos Trebler activated. System shut down.
Okay. Return to the room with sarcophagus, speak to Anubis. Okay.
I'm sealed in, Anubis.
Inside the it is not the afterlife, merely a... That is your reward.
You ain't got no choice, Ellen girl. It's got to be the way.
All right.
Enough of this turgid passion play. There's no more to accomplish here. Well, apparently you've managed to access some small aspect of my system that I was unaware of. I'm gonna have to think on this. I'll have to ponder carefully the implications of your discovery. In the meantime, let me celebrate your rekindled technical skills. Who among you shall go next?
Damn, bro. I guess you can't change the name.
Who among you shall go next?
Alright. Well, I guess this is a good place to stop. I just want to see where it puts me back.
Who among you shall go next?
Don't fall on the maiden's charms. I wonder why these are so rare. Wouldn't you think everybody would just get them? Let's see. E-Man with the 10. Mute comes. Uh-oh. Alright. There we go.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Alrighty. So, let me get this shit ready. Okay. All right.
Alright, today's video is probably going to make some people angry, but quite frankly I really don't care, because in my view, Assassin's Creed Shadows is getting a ridiculous and excessive amount of hate from the gaming community, a lot of which it just doesn't actually deserve. Now,
is this guy just like literally cucking himself to the gaming industry? Like he's just desperate for the sponsorships?
just to get something straight from the very beginning, there certainly are a multitude of things to criticize about the game, some of which I'll discuss soon, but for some reason, I have suspicions about what those reasons are, but for right now that's less important. For some reason, this game is now a lightning rod for what feels like the most absurd, vitriolic, and asinine critique that I've seen from the video game community in years, with a certain cohort of creators and their dedicated fans grasping at every single straw that they can find in order to reinforce the narrative that this game is a colossal failure. Spoiler, it's not. I wouldn't call it Game of the Year.
It is. It's not doing well. 3 million players for a game this big is not a big deal.
Not by any stretch. Ghost of Tsushima was better, obviously, but it's got a few things going for it, with marginal success in tow, and
let's put it on 1080p.
I think it's important to acknowledge that Ubisoft is in a bit of an unwinnable situation. For years, people have claimed that their development cycle is stagnating, they lack innovation, and never break new ground. But at the same time, with Shadows, when they appear to actually try and correct those issues, they get slammed.
They They never try to break new ground. What new ground are they breaking with this fucking shit?
For making changes that people don't like, with some of the fastest moving goalposts that I've ever seen. It's not even goalposts at this point. It's just an infinitely expanding.
Why is this video quality so shit?
Target, where everything they do is bad and the game is a terrible failure, even though it's objectively not. Quick side note, I sound sick right now in this video because I'm very sick. I was actually in Japan when this game came out. I absolutely loved it there, by the way. Everything positive that I've heard about the country is 100% true. But then on the way home, I got sick with a head cold. You might be
He's a
thinking, then just
weeb.
rest, bro, do the video later, but I've been back a couple of days. I'm sitting here bored out of my mind. And even though I'm sick, I feel like doing content again. Like, I just want to. So sorry about the voice. It is what it is. Sounding sick and struggling a little bit to read is probably better than just sitting on my couch for yet another 24 hours. So yeah, that's why I sound terrible. Anyway, Assassin's Creed Shadows has finally released, and believe it or not, I'm about to defend the game to a degree. Here's the format. I'm going to start by giving an example of valid criticism, and then I'm going to complement that example by showcasing something which is, in my opinion, invalid. I'll go back and forth a little bit, a few times at least. By the end of it, hopefully, I'll have made my case that while there are certainly good reasons to refuse supporting the game, or Ubisoft for that matter, generally speaking, this extremely vocal and seemingly growing subset of the gaming community, primarily the anti-woke content creator sphere and their followers, have completely lost the plot, as they now scream about things which hold zero merit, simply because they are incapable of self-reflection, intellectual honesty, or admitting that none of this ever had anything to do with real principles. This was about clicks. It was about ad revenue in particular, in much the same way that crowd has now gone totally silent on the subject of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which was a massive financial success and Game of the Year contender as well. They'll probably go silent.
Why does... Alright. This is what's so retarded. They go silent on it. Yeah, the fucking grifters do. But there's general complaints that you try to downplay by attaching those complaints solely to the grifters.
Silent about Shadows sometime soon, because it simply isn't the failure that they claim. And thus, the most important
is.
part of all of this, it can't be used as a bludgeon against whatever target they pick next time. Let's get to it. First example of what is, in my opinion, extremely valid criticism. Yasucc, the joint main character, protagonist of the game, absolutely sucks. Ubisoft, more so than probably any other entry in the Assassin's Creed franchise, tiptoed a lot closer this time to the idea of historical accuracy, choosing, for the first time ever, I think, to make an actual historical figure playable. Just one problem, and I have an extremely detailed other video about all of this, which I'll link down below. Just one problem, which is that Yasucc appears to be a sort of highly exaggerated fan fiction construct from the mind of a single individual historian named Thomas Lockley. The specifics are difficult here, but the gist of it, without making the video 45 minutes long, is that Thomas Lockley spent a tremendous amount of time and effort single-handedly propping up a sort of legendary samurai status for Yasucc, which doesn't really exist, we don't think. As a result, combined with the fact that Ubisoft has been more vocal about historical accuracy this time than pretty much ever before, the community began rightly criticizing the inclusion of Yasucc, especially under these suspect parameters, which I believe is the seed from which this overwhelmingly negative discourse
his video quality sucks so bad.
See, to me, that's valid criticism.
Oh my God,
especially for people
what the fuck is he using to capture?
Who actually understood the specifics pre-release. However, that was then and this is now, which are decidedly different situations because now the game has actually been released. It turns out you can basically just not play as Yasucc. The joint main
False. Absolutely fucking false. You have to play as him.
character feature that Ubisoft has now further emphasized compared to previous entries in the series lets you swap in and out pretty much at will, which makes it so that
nope.
Instead of using the wildly out-of-place, historically disputed, bumbling, clunky, Hulk-esque brawler, which feels completely asinine in the world of Assassin's Creed, you can just play as Nawi. Nawi is the other playable main character, the shinobi. She's quick, agile, solid voice acting, decent animations. Some of them are really good, actually. Some of the cutscenes and animations are great, and then other times they stand out in a weird way, but overall, I'm pleasantly surprised. And if you took this game, right, this is the important part, if you took this game, literally just deleted Yasucc, just deleted him completely, and then relaunched it afterward, I don't think there would be even a fraction of the hate that it's currently getting. But see...
Yeah, it would be a better game. Yasucc is objectively the worst part of the game because they force you to play as him. You absolutely have to play as him.
That's an issue, because why on earth, in a post-release environment where we now understand the distinctly different playstyles of these two characters, with the added impact of not really being required to play very much as whichever one you dislike, why are we still clinging to the fact that Yasucc sucks in order to say the game is a total failure? I agree, wholeheartedly.
You have to play as him.
That Yasucc is garbage. He can barely climb walls, he doesn't even have eagle vision, navigating the world with him is a chore, and watching him run through solid wood castle doors is just a complete joke. It's somebody's power fiction fantasy type thing, and it's just decidedly stupid, okay? Especially because he doesn't even have a silent assassination in Assassin's fucking Creed. But guess what? Nobody has to play as him. For anyone who likes the idea of a playable character that has less utility, less movement, and basically hulks out in the middle of...
Pretty much every single main assassination for the Shimbukfuku, or however the fuck you say it, you have to play as Nawi and Yasucc. You got to play as both of them. He has his own story missions. He has his whole Templar plot arc at the end of the game. Like, a complete fucking lie.
Of feudal Japan in a way that makes literally...
He has side activities that you have to do in order to get fucking upgrades and legendary gear.
No sense whatsoever. Go right
He has exclusive tombs that you have to play as.
ahead, okay? All power to you. but as with pretty much everything else in this game, it is optional.
All right,
Back when the
awesome.
game was still
Thanks,
on the
nigga.
horizon,
All right.
when we didn't know what it would eventually look like, criticizing it over the impending debacle of Yasucc feels kind of doable or defensible. Some people certainly went overboard to that effect. It's very
I mean, I've beaten the game, so I know what I'm talking about.
clear to me now that there were some racist undertones to the argument for a few people. But before we knew what the game really was, concern...
Dude, Yasucc is a racist character. He's racist in the sense that Ubisoft hates white people and Asian people by extension. Because they're white adjacent. So they have to interject an Afro samurai in there to discredit Japanese history by making Yasucc, the black man, the savior of Japan.
Over Yasucc
from the evil white people. Shit. Them evil white people pulling up on them Japanese shores, trying to cause they trouble and shit. Lordy. We ain't gonna have none of that. We got Yasucc
right,
the
awesome.
samurai
Thanks,
to
nigga.
take
All
care
right.
of them white boys. Like, bruh, it's just... That's literally his storyline is the evil white people are trying to destroy Japan. So Yasucc, the black samurai, gotta help them little Asian boys. Get rid of them whiteys. Like, that's literally the story of Yasucc in this game. It's an anti-white storyline from fucking start to finish. It's nothing else. That's exactly what it is. Like, it quite literally is just anti-white shit. Because Ubisoft hates white people, which is fucking ironic considering that, you know, they're a fucking French company, but, you know, they're European, so not too surprising. I mean, it's literally Avatar Frontiers of Colonialism again. White people bad, colonization bad. You know, make the white people the villains. Shocking. Wow. How original and brave.
His implementation in that world felt much more understandable. However, now that we see what Ubisoft has actually...
I mean, you just, like, you have to live in a vacuum to not notice this shit. Especially if you're terminally online, like I know this motherfucker is.
...made, why are people so angry over the existence of choices? This is an RPG. You can dislike Yasucc and then not play him. In fact, for
No, you can't!
anyone who was concerned over Yasucc subtracting from the traditional Assassin's Creed atmosphere, which he does, why is the outrage still there? Just play as the actual assassin. Kind of case closed, right? I find it exceedingly strange now, and I don't know when precisely the shift happened. Sometime recently, but I couldn't put my finger on when. But people now appear to be viscerally angry that a choice they don't like even exists in the first place. I can understand that.
Yes. Yes. Because it's done out of spite. Does this guy not realize that these fuckers making these games hate you? They genuinely fucking hate you. It's not even up, like... It's just so pathetic, man.
Oh, yeah, it's a choice. Why are you upset, man?
That outrage when the player is forced to do something. But when did we switch over from don't force me to play...
You are forced to play as him.
...as something I don't want to, in a franchise where I have certain expectations, to don't you dare even create something I don't like, even if I never have to engage with it hardly at all. Why is that happening? In my view, and this is purely just personal opinion, criticism or outrage over Yasucc has rapidly become invalid now. Perhaps on the subject of historical accuracy based on prior statements for a small subset of the player base, it might still matter, but Assassin's Creed is intrinsically fictional. Time travel, aliens, I won't go down the road of animus lore here, but historical accuracy in any real sense of the word is kind of a non-starter.
Oh, fucking suck a cock, dude. So I hate this scapegoat.
Oh, well, if you expect historical accuracy from Assassin's Creed, you're an idiot.
Shut the fuck up, you mouth-breathing dipshit. I hate these little fuckers. They're so disingenuous. So fucking disingenuous, man.
People seem very concerned about how Yasucc can romance certain other characters, or how there's a non-binary interaction of some kind, and I would agree with people if any of that was ever forced on the player. But Ubisoft put in an entire separate mode of the game called Canon Mode. You can select an experience that removes those choices entirely from the main menu before you even start the overall experience, which leaves me baffled, honestly, because people are still genuinely outraged over the existence of characters and choices that they never even have to basically see. Feel free to chime in down below in the comment section if you want to, but how does that really make sense? I could talk about this for quite some time. For anyone who's not aware of this, I used to criticize games often for shoehorned diversity and political narratives like 7 or 8 years ago, and now watching
It's all about normalization.
This new age of anti-woke content creator basically parrot watered down or much less articulated talking points well and truly after the tide seems to have shifted feels kind of weird. At the same time, that was 7 or 8 years ago, so maybe I just grew up. Anyway, criticism of Yasucc in some respects is understandable, and certainly was
He
understandable.
just grew up, guys. He's so much better than everyone else. You know, he's a real functioning member of society. An adult, you could say.
But now, post-release, it feels a little bit more hollow, and in my opinion, kind of invalid. What's next? Next is cultural respect, which is a tricky one, because I'm not Japanese. Having recently been...
Cultural respect is stupid. I'd never like this point. Oh, you can destroy the shrines. Who fucking cares? Who actually fucking cares, man? Destroy all the pagan shrines you want to. I don't give a shit. Literally don't care. Like, that whole virtue signal shit, I agree, was gay as fuck. Ricardo Cumsucks to the 5. I love to stand out in the rain and let it wash over me. Be careful, dude. You'll get a cold. It's like a Japanese stereotype, if you don't know. Which is really stupid, because rain doesn't make you sick. Z-Herb with the 10. Whether you have to or not isn't the issue. It being in the game in the first place is completely forced. In the first place, I don't get the defense of it's optional. Yeah, no, Yasucc is the most shoehorned character in this entire fucking game. Because the entire story would be better off without him. His parts of the game are the worst. It doesn't fit with the Assassin's Creed formula. He solely exists to make it a white person bad storyline. I'm telling you. That is the entire story of Yasucc, is, you know, the white people bring him in, they're just surprised by his intelligence. He can speak foreign languages from places he's never been before. You know, he reads Latin, speaks Portuguese, you know, can speak fluent Japanese out of nowhere. Like, it's just... If you can't realize what's happening, he's the greatest swordsman to ever grace the land of Japan. You know, literally the most amazing man to ever wield a sword ever. It's... Holy fuck. The amount of gaslighting that people have to do to tell you that this shit isn't woke is fucking crazy.
There for a few weeks. Thankfully, I'm also not the type of person who assumes to know everything.
Yasucc is the definition of a Gary Stew. He literally can do no wrong. He's virtuous. He's good at everything he does. He's the smartest guy around. Everybody just bows and respects him. You know, he hulks over every single other male character in the game. Completely, massively overpowers. It's just... Yeah, it's pathetic, man. It's some sort of black power fantasy, you know, basically massacring the whites of the... It's just, like, I don't know,
I can't afford this shit!
But, yeah, it's nothing. Stop noticing anything. Clause Mystery of the 50, if it's in the game, it's not optional. You paid for it. True. And also, with the 20, check the comments after the... Yeah, none of them are agreeing with him. Once again, just like with Kingdom Come. And Juthro, Oski, Ferrix, OT, the pedophiles with the 50. AC was already anti-Christian propaganda. Yeah, I know. N on itself, so I take a W myself because I never bought any of the games. I lost nothing. Yeah, all the games were anti-Christian, but, you know, you could still, I guess, enjoy them. But, yeah, this shit's fucking crazy. Which I don't even know if I would say they were anti-Christian. It was more... Because it's, like, commonly acknowledged that the popes of the Renaissance were corrupt. So that's not really a, you know... I would say controversial thing to say. That, you know, the papacy has been filled with a bunch of opportunistic people that have tried to use the church to, you know, pad their own pockets or serve their own benefits. So, yeah.
About a place that I merely visited and barely scratched the surface of, despite having recently been there, I'm just flatly not qualified to speak on this, but I'll try to keep it confined within the portions that I do know and somewhat understand. Having talked about Yasucc, including some of the choices that can be made with him, which pertain to real historical figures, some of them, if those are what people find to be offensive, I would once again like to mention canon mode, which is purpose-built to remove all of that from your experience entirely. But beyond that, there's a lot of blunders that Ubisoft has made. At one point, they were using incorrect samurai clan symbols. They used material that they didn't own the copyright for, which was a pretty big blunder. They had a one-legged torii gate on a figurine of Yasucc, which is closely tied to an iconic shrine in Nagasaki. And more recently, the topic of
yeah, get nuked, bitches.
Shrines came into question.
See, that shit's so fucking dumb. Who fucking cares? You got nuked, bitches. Cry about it.
Itself, after a clip went viral.
The third one's on the way if you keep it up.
On social media of Yasucc destroying one of them in-game. This is where it gets tricky. Ubisoft has very obviously made...
That is the most gay, virtue signally garbage ever. Like, oh my god, dude. They used a Torii gate from Nagasaki. And it's a bunch of fat Americans who actually give a shit. It's like, fuck off, bro.
Blunders here, but let's focus on the shrine angle more specifically, because that one seems to be the most high profile, even attracting a response from the Japanese Prime Minister. For starters, Yasucc is a joke of a character. He literally runs through things, destroying them in a way that makes him totally abhorrent to me in a game about stealth and assassination. But with that out of the way, right, just being super clear on it, a large portion of the in-game world itself is a destructible environment. There was no mission to destroy that shrine. It was simply the product of someone choosing to do so, and immediately following the backlash over all of this, Ubisoft announced a day one patch that would make certain portions of the game world non-destroyable. Certain NPCs and specific sections of buildings will no longer be part of the overall destructible environment, but let's take a minute here and just be honest with ourselves, okay? Is this really some sort of insane cultural disrespect on the part of Ubisoft? Think about it. They made a fully populated game world, and then small items in that game world are destructible. That's just a basic framework. That's it. Because of that blanket development technique for the entire world, you could, not forced to, or ever even incentivized to, by the way, you optionally could, if you went and found it in order to do so, you could destroy the objects inside a shrine. And when confronted over this, which they were, with a statement from the Prime Minister about disrespect, there was a day one patch to solve it. Does that really sound like big bad Ubisoft is intentionally disrespecting culture? Because I don't really see it that way. Funnily enough, most people that I see getting outraged by this are doing so on behalf of Japanese culture, when they themselves have no part of it. So again, I'm not qualified to say where the line should be drawn, but a destructible world being made by a major development studio, like a blanket destructible world across the entire game, with no incentive to target certain areas, which also happen to fall under the same mechanical guidelines, and then fixing the issue as soon as true dissatisfaction is expressed, doesn't really feel like some sort of insane disrespect on the part of Ubisoft. Again, they've made blunders that they can certainly be criticized for, but in Assassin's Creed 2, you literally take down the Pope. It's not like Ubisoft is coming out of the woodwork here and doing something with the explicit goal of snubbing people's faith. To be fair, I'm not telepathic, so I guess I shouldn't say that with absolute certainty. But I just can't picture this being intentional. I see carelessness, not animosity. How about another one? Microtransactions. On the list of things that warrant criticism, this is probably my go-to example, and Ubisoft sucks when it comes to monetizing their games. Assassin's Creed Shadows is a full-priced, greedily monetized format with a full shop and all sorts of additional techniques for extracting what's called recurrent user spending. Of course, microtransactions in general are a foregone conclusion now. We lost that battle decidedly as a gaming community, but Ubisoft goes a few steps further, right? They always creep a little bit down that road. I think it was Odyssey, yeah, where they first did something like this, but they actually appeared to have throttled down the experience rewards, right?
Yeah, you could buy the time saver microtransactions for the 50% XP and gold boost, I think is what it was.
Or Odyssey in that game, and then remedied the self-inflicted problem by selling a permanent 50% XP boost in the microtransaction shop. That's insane, and I will never step in to defend them for shit like that. But as much as I dislike the monetization mechanisms for Shadows as well, the fact that they focus so heavily on recurrent user spending through microtransactions is a really interesting segue into some invalid criticism. There's a group of content creators, I'm not going to mention them by name, their audiences are exceedingly irritating lately, but there's a group of creators who are repeatedly claiming that Assassin's Creed Shadows is a financial failure. Disregard the fact that the game has 3 million players already so far, and it's the best launch ever for a game in the entire franchise, second only...
Oh yeah, no it's not. Big or best community ever with a... What the fuck is that metric? Best community ever with over 400 million hours already played. What the fuck does best community ever mean? That's not a real metric. Biggest Ubisoft day one ever on PlayStation Digital Store. Okay. So on the PlayStation Digital Store, it's their best-selling game. That's it. Not on Steam, not on Xbox, not physically, just PlayStation Digital. Okay. Second highest day one sales revenue in Assassin's Creed franchise history. Now here we go. Once again. What happened with this particular game compared to all other Ubisoft games? There was no early access, which means all the $120 versions, all the $100 versions, and all the $70 versions counted as day one revenue, when in the past those more expensive editions would not have been included in the day one number. Wow. See how easy it is to manipulate stats? Do you see how easy it is to manipulate statistics? So, once again, unless we have hardcore numbers of it sold X number of copies, it made this amount of money, and the budget was this amount, all of this shit is pure posturing. That's it. Why do you think Ubisoft sold off 25% of their most profitable IPs to Tencent if this game is doing fan-fucking-tastic? Shocking. Why would a company sell off 25% of something that's super profitable, dude, and is selling super well, man? You know, Monster Hunter Wilds had 8 million sales in, 3 days? Ubislop's not even close to half of that?
Only to Valhalla, which came out at the apex of the COVID-19 video game industry boom, which is a black swan event. But anyway, disregard all of that, because apparently the Steam charts don't have a super high player count number, and apparently the fact that they're saying 3 million players and not 3 million sales is evidence that the game is a failure, and thus Ubisoft is a failure. Here's the thing, if you make 30 videos in 6 months just repeatedly condemning the game with half of them identical headlines and as much vitriol as you can possibly insert into those videos, and you're saying it's the next big failure in video games over and over and over, if those videos get millions upon millions of views, thus earning tens of thousands.
And see, this is where I've been consistent. I've never said that the game was going to flop, or nobody was going to buy it, or it's going to be a fucking disaster. I thought it was going to break even. That was it. That was my prediction from the very beginning. The game will still sell several million copies. They might break even, but it's not going to make anywhere near enough money for Ubisoft to be happy or to justify the amount of money and time that was spent developing it. That was my entire fucking take on the situation. And, well, it turns out that seems like that's going to be the case.
Thousands of dollars. And if criticizing that game is the single largest bump in revenue, traction, and subscriber growth that you've ever seen on your channel, what happens when you're wrong? Short answer, if you're wrong, you're just not wrong. You can't be wrong. When you're part of the current generation anti-woke phalanx, if you will, you cannot ever admit that you were wrong. It helps that they're all standing shoulder to shoulder with each other, making money every single step of the way.
Well, yeah, of course their stock's dropping. They just gave up 25% ownership of their IPs. So, yeah. Tencent's going to get 25% of all profits on all of those franchises now. So, yeah, that's money out of Ubisoft. Creators Freedom with the 2. Watch Dogs 2 was trash, but also a fun game. I didn't like Watch Dogs 2. But I guess it was fine. Like, gameplay-wise, it wasn't bad, but I genuinely didn't enjoy it. I like Watch Dogs 1 better. I like the darker, grittier feel. And, let's see, Claws with the 20... Les Chuds already won. Ubisoft got a percentage sold to Tencent. Yep, 25%. An even star with the 21, so Ubi confirmed PS Gamer Spy Games. Xbox don't, pretty much, man. And then Creators Freedom with the 2. Fact, Ubisoft... is now China's bitch. Yeah. Well, they're already everybody's bitch, man. They're going to be begging on the corner for people to buy their games.
But when a game like Shadows comes out, and it's plenty successful, you have to just pretend it's not. Thankfully, Ubisoft is a very easy target for them. Ubisoft is on a downward trend, they've lost player support, they've lost shareholder support in particular, and most recently they had to secure a special subsidiary deal with Tencent, infusing over $1 billion at 25% equity, I believe, for their major franchises, spinning them off into a different company, just to stay operational. This is what's called a Pyrrhic victory for them, because it's certainly a victory, resulting in the company continuing on with significant runway, while avoiding the prospect of losing control or being subjected to some...
Yeah, it's a great sign, guys. It allows the company to continue on with a significant runway. Dear fucking God. What a cope.
Sort of hostile takeover. But it's a victory that comes at a time, and with such a cost, it's not exactly a moment for celebration. However, the argument that I see plastered everywhere right now is that Assassin's Creed Shadows was the final nail in Ubisoft's coffin.
It was. This is the beginning of the end. Because what they're going to start doing now is that Ubisoft no longer owns Assassin's Creed, Rainbow Six, and whatever the fuck it's called. Far Cry. Thank you. I could not fucking think of it. Yeah, now that they no longer own that, and a subsidiary that is not part of Ubisoft does own it, they can fire people now, and the IPs are fine. So you could have basically any developer in the world work on those IPs now. They are no longer a part of Ubisoft on paper, other than Ubisoft's 75% ownership of them. But they're not actual Ubisoft IPs anymore. They belong to that actual like subsidiary.
They needed this game to be a success. This was their last hope, and it failed. But with every ounce of sincerity that I can muster here,
no, Shadows is not good. I would think it's probably the worst mainline Assassin's Creed. It has the worst story by far. Like, you can't even tell what's a campaign mission and what's just a slop side activity. The open world design is fucking terrible. They copy and paste the exact same building assets over and over again. There's not a single area on the map that feels visually distinct from any other. The way that they built the world makes traversal a complete fucking pain in the ass because you basically have to stick to the roads. And on top of that, they got rid of the auto fucking road system that they had in the past where horses would follow the path to your next objective without you having to hold down the stick forward and turn. So they got rid of that shit. So not only is it more of a pain in the ass to traverse the world, making you reliant on the road system, but now you can't even have like the follow road mechanic. You actually have to manually drive your horse everywhere. So it's just a bland, empty, soulless, forgettable, and obnoxious experience that just genuinely is the worst out of the modern Assassin's Creed games, in my opinion. But generally speaking, probably the worst mainline Assassin's Creed, all things considered.
anyone who's saying that is kind of a fucking moron. Fixating on the fact that Ubisoft is saying 3 million players instead of sales figures, even when those sales figures are likely well in excess of 2 million copies already, because the game is primarily console-based and thus Steam charts is probably the dumbest way to try and measure its success. Fixating on the discrepancy between players and sales, those two birds, is a losing perspective, because like we just said in the valid portion of criticism, Ubisoft builds out their games to maximize recurrent user microtransaction spending. Assassin's Creed Shadows is no different.
Well, didn't Odyssey have different biomes? Like, if I'm remembering correctly, Assassin's Creed Odyssey had, like, biomes and stuff. Like, there was, like, a more desert-type area. There was the lush, you know, typical fucking Greek. I don't know. I don't remember it exactly very well. I try to forget Odyssey. I didn't like it. But I'm pretty sure Odyssey had more distinct environments. Valhalla had really distinct environments. They did a pretty good job with that game. Valhalla had really good world design.
3 million players means 3 million people in the game world being subjected to their sales funnels, which they do have, by the way. They do the whole, you earn some free currency quickly, but it's not enough for anything cool type of trick, and all sorts of other psychological tactics. But the point I'm trying to make is that arguing this game's success or failure on the sticking point of, but they said 3 million players, not 3 million sales, is brain dead. The game is performing very well, no question there, and it's not the most successful entry in the Assassin's Creed franchise because of Valhalla and the Black Swan event, but it's the second most, and it comes at a time when they're spinning off franchise.
Yeah, but it's also the most expensive game in the Assassin's Creed franchise. This game had the longest development cycle of any game in franchise history. 5 years. How many years did Valhalla have in development? What was it? 2, maybe 3? So, big difference there.
Franchises anyway while saving the business, which leaves me completely flabbergasted, I love that word, at why and especially how people are so intent on criticizing Ubisoft that they're just resorting to making things up. How about some icing on the metaphorical cake? People were getting up in arms and condemning Ubisoft yet again because the credits for this game are over 2 hours long. Is that a completely absurd length? Yes. Can games be made with a fraction of the resources, rivaling the quality at every turn? Also a resounding yes. But why on earth are we stooping that low in an effort to put down a game which is really...
Because it shows you how many people they had to fucking pay to work on this shit. The budget is insane. This game has such a massive ballooned budget that they needed a 2-hour credit sequence to include all the Indian outsourcing they hired in order to fucking finish this shit.
Genuinely not as bad as people said it would be. It reeks of desperation. Yes, Ubisoft is probably wasting insane amounts of money on dev positions that don't need to be there, across studios that have very little impact. If you want evidence of that happening, just think back to Skull and Bones. That's a whole different disaster. But why is that one of the sticking points? Game bad because too many people worked on the game? How does that make sense? It feels like we're witnessing the death of nuance right now. People get so entrenched in a position before something even comes out because of culture war brain rot.
I don't think anyone's saying it's bad because of people working on it, you dumbass. They're saying that how expensive it is. The point of pointing out the credits is not to say,
oh, the game's bad because a lot of people made it.
It's the fact that look how many people had to be paid to work on this game. This game has to sell crazy numbers in order to even come remotely close to breaking even. That's the point.
Primarily, they just can't be objective when it finally does. Sure, there's monetary incentives in play as well, but that honestly feels like a choice. You can criticize a game for what you see in the pre-release format, certainly, but when it finally comes out and doesn't have some of the problems that you expected it to have, or when it gets delayed and genuinely fixes some of the impending issues, you are allowed to change your opinion. That is okay to do. Instead of manufacturing reasons, inauthentically, why the game is a failure, when it really truly objectively is not one, maybe we can try taking in new information and rationally articulating why
it objectively is not a failure. You can say that with absolute certainty. You can say that with absolute certainty that this game is not a failure, objectively. I don't think you can.
Perhaps don't like it ourselves. But
we don't know. We'll probably never know because Ubisoft will do all that they can to, sugarcoat it.
Positively surprised by the way things changed or the stuff that they got right, instead of radicalizing along political lines before, during, and even after the product is released. Maybe we just look at what the product is, evaluate it for what it actually is. It doesn't have to be team sports. It can be, is the game good? But when the new age anti-woke content creator army, because it is kind of a little army at this point, is making this much money with this much support, I find myself dejectedly assuming that common reason is a bit of a lost cause. I think the motivation is profit. I think they pick a target, they attack as hard as possible, doubling and tripling, quadrupling down if it results in clicks, subscribers, and revenue, and then they just roll the dice on whether or not any of it is defensible in the aftermath. If it's not, such as Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the most recent example, they get real quiet real fast and they just walk away. If it is, they hold it up as a perpetual example of gamers winning against the woke mind virus. But in the case of Shadows, they went so hard for so long that even now when they are proven wrong, they cling to it for a final gasp of, look, I was right, even though they were not right about it, before moving on to the next target. Again, maybe it's because over the span of 7 or 8 years, I just kind of grew up. But looking around me now, I don't see productive critique of gaming trends as much anymore. I see profit-motivated outrage, with little to no self-reflection, where the only outcome is to bury the more legitimate problems under a deluge of manufactured garbage. It's not healthy. It doesn't help the industry, and it certainly doesn't end well if that type of shallow concern ends up being kind of the mainstream sticking points. Hopefully it changes. That's it. That's my effort to articulate why I'm actually not disappointed with Assassin's Creed Shadows as much as
fence post up my ass, but I'm still leaning to the left.
I thought I would be. Actually, I'm not really disappointed at all. I kind of like it. Despite some real severe problems, it does have issues. And this time, as opposed to my previous video on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I tried a lot harder to extend an olive branch and be more neutral.
Awesome. Thanks,
I think a lot of people
All right.
outraged over this game, adamantly claiming it's a failure and condemning it 6 ways to Sunday for reasons they simply heard from social media, are brain dead and they're beneath the rest of us. But you get more flies with honey, and I don't really need to spike my blood pressure over all this. In the end, Assassin's Creed Shadows is a mixed bag with a lot of problems, but there's some real decent fun to be had, and there are redeeming qualities. And I plan on doing a full review when I'm finally done with it, but I have no idea when that'll be. Some great systems here, some good choices, and an actual attempt at innovation from Ubisoft, which maybe misses the mark in some respects.
What innovation? He still didn't mention what the innovations were. This is a copy-paste. What is the innovation here?
And obviously it's over-monetized, and a lot of their different decisions I disagree with, but at least they actually tried something. I have to stand up and...
What did they try? What did they try? To put the Valhalla, Odyssey, and Origins formula in Japan? That's it. That's the only thing different.
Commend them for that. They tried to break out of that formula. They did some different...
What is he even talking about? What are they breaking out of? It's the exact same fucking game we've gotten 3 times before.
Different things.
Assassin's Creed Mirage was breaking out of the formula. We're right back into the formula.
They took risks. I mean,
you can't just hate risks. Oh god, yeah, by putting woke shit in the game.
Them no matter what they do. Sometimes you have to give them some credit. If you want to support the channel, check out the links down below. Locals and Patreon, best ways for sure. A special VPN deal.
What are we giving them credit for? Yeah, you got to give them credit. Name one thing they innovated. What did they innovate in this game?
big discount on that. Merchandise, social media, etc., but I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching. Question everything, and have a nice night.
Oh my god. See, I can actually point to stuff that I don't like. You know? It's not hard for me to say, yeah, this is what I don't like, and this is why I don't like it. Everyone's like, oh yeah, it's amazing. They innovated. What did they innovate? Well, they tried something different. What did they try different? We got to give them credit for doing something. Jesus Christ. I don't know, man. Oy vey. Let's see. Creators Freedom with the 2 thumbs up for Ezio Trilogy Shadows is trash. Agreed. I used to look forward to Assassin's Creed every single fucking year. After Origins, that is not the case anymore. I didn't even finish Origins at first, which was like unheard of for me with Assassin's Creed. Like I used to binge those games as soon as they'd come out, and Origins I got like 10 hours in, got bored, and then came back to it months later and finished it. Bro, your criticism of this game is that it has 2-hour credits. Nope. See ya. Think about it for 5 minutes if you want to come in here and straw man. You got 5 minutes to come up with an actual retarded argument. Like, that's beyond retarded. So, come up with something that's actually retarded, not beyond retarded, and just flat out disingenuous. So, you got 5 minutes. Let's see. And then Daniel with the 5, he puts out this aura of objectivity based on thorough research, yet his interpretations of it are often wrong, and he likes using straw man argument. Yeah, he likes finding 1 or 2 people to try and paint the crowd, essentially. He finds 1 or 2 people that are idiots, and then uses them to connect it to the general argument. It's very, very disingenuous. It's like basically the mentality of, well, dude, Hitler drank water, so if you drink water, you're a Nazi too. It's like that, you know? Obviously not as extreme, but whatever. See. Salius Vecteris with a 5. You know what game? Respect Japanese culture. Rise of the Ronin. I wish more people played that game. Yeah, that game's good. I liked it. I played Rise of the Ronin last year. It was good. Well, that was like, I think, Team Ninja's best-selling game, like, for a launch window title. So I think it actually did pretty decent. It was really big in Japan. I know that. Alright, let's see. So we got this other video.
Game anymore, but
women. Here we go, guys. How greed ruined gaming. Because that's exactly what ruined gaming.
it kinda sucked. Recently, Ubisoft dropped the...
Oh god, it's about Ubislop. Alright, we're gonna have to speed this up because it's not gonna be anything good.
world's first quadruple A game called Skull and Bones, and in true Ubisoft fashion, it kinda sucked.
You will see that Skull and Bones is a fully fledged game, he said. It's a very big game, and we feel that people will really see how vast and complete that game is. It's a really full triple quadruple A game that will deliver in the long run.
Guys, we promise that not only is this game real, but it's complete, and we did finish it. People are really going to see that we did finish the game, and that's how good it is. It's not a little secret that big studios are dropping big stinky poop out of their butts for 60 or even...
You can't afford a boom. I fucking hate people that do this shit. Get a fucking boom arm. You don't need to hold your microphone. It doesn't make you look quirky.
$70 now. In the past decade, it seems there's been a trend of AAA games.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get triggered.
Releasing in unplayable states. The game is broken, buggy, or even unplayable. Remember when they used...
Would I? No.
to make games that worked upon release. Remember when releasing a game meant that it was done? You'd think if a game is ready to be purchased by millions that it should be in working condition, right? Right, guys? I'm gonna need to get out my exercise ball and green screen for this one. This isn't gonna work very well. AAA studios are so caught up in overworking their employees to launch a non-working game that everyone hates that they spent $70 on, riddled with predatory microtransactions after you've already purchased the full game. And they don't see how much that hurts
Yong-Ya is a married man. He's not gonna fuck you.
their franchises in the long run. Because their current model is designed for maximum profit and not maximum enjoyment of consumers. Isn't that counterintuitive? 2K started putting ads in the game after you already bought it. Hello? Oh, this hurts my butt. Cyberpunk released with game-breaking glitches because it wasn't done. But despite not being ready, delaying the release by another year would piss shareholders and investors off, so they decided that this was the best financial decision for them, regardless if the game was done. So they figured, hey, some profits is better.
Syndicate's worse than Unity. Unity's actually good, in my opinion. Especially now that they fixed it, but I didn't like Syndicate. Syndicate was my least favorite game in the franchise, but I think Shadows might take that title because genuinely it was boring. So Syndicate at least had its moments.
Better than none, am I right, guys? Hey, who gives a fuck if this type of shit happens? Currently, the game apparently works great now. They've fixed many of the bugs and everything, but it's too little too late in my opinion. You get a reputation for doing that sort of thing. Diablo 4, I could...
It's... no, Cyberpunk is not too little too late. Cyberpunk is fucking massive to this day.
Even play couch co-op.
I don't fucking like it, but it's very big and popular.
Without glitches that made the game completely unplayable. There was no option to just play offline locally for no reason, so we couldn't even enjoy our Chad Eddie Burback warrior roleplay. I ended up uninstalling the game after several tries over several days, and never played again, which I don't understand. We solved online multiplayer roleplay like 20 years ago. Greed is such a driving factor for why so many people just hate AAA gaming now, and it's hard to deny. Ubisoft CEO spouted how you shouldn't expect to own the games that you buy, as in gaming will be a service. If you don't own the game you buy, it can be—
Well, Ubisoft's not even going to own their own games pretty soon, because they're going to sell the rights to Tencent eventually.
Taken away, modified, patched. You spent money on a product you don't own, which is just terrible, and also explains why Diablo has no option to play offline. When servers go down, then what? When Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 released in 2015, the full game was actually just a modified demo disc that only had the first level on it, and then authorization that allowed you to download the rest of the game to your console. They did this because they didn't have time to print the full game disc, and when servers for the game went offline, buying the full game disc now does nothing. It's pathetic. And that's on top of how the game just didn't release in a playable state. John Riccicello, the former CEO of EA, notoriously greedy company, and who is now the current CEO of Unity, in 2011 proposed a model that would charge players real money to refill their ammo in online multiplayer shooters like Battlefield. This scumbag was partly responsible for expanding the popularity of microtransactions in games, and even proposed to charge gamers per bullet fired in games. He said, when you are 6 hours into playing Battlefield and you run out of ammo in your clip and we ask you for $1 to reload, you're really not that price sensitive in that point in time. Since he's now the CEO of Unity, a popular game engine for indie devs, in 2023, John Rip Me Off Cello introduced a pricing system that would—
Yeah, I hate this Zoomer fucking normie tier content, bro.
Charge devs each time someone installs their game. That's on top of already paying thousands—
Yeah, if this is just literally going through old shit, then the rise of indie games.
$1 a year to use Unity. That's like if Adobe charged me every time I uploaded a video on top of already paying them $50 a month. Not even they are that greedy. That's how greedy this guy is. There's more specifics to the pricing, but this absolutely kills projects, especially ones meant to be free. This dude is a villain to the industry, and I don't know how he became the CEO of another company to ruin. It's just really sad the direction that modern gaming is taking.
This
is
why I don't watch female content creators. I'm just like, dude, I'm zoning out. I don't care. I really don't fucking care.
Greedy CEOs, but going for massive games in terms of scale and file size, there's absolutely no reason that Modern Warfare needs to be over 200 gigabytes of being buggy and unplayable, but also uninspired. In the era of every single thing needing to be a remake, this era of large companies prioritizing doing what's safe and pleasing shareholders leads to the same games with less and less content being released over and over again at an expensive cost. Sure, a big game staying
Does she even know what a shareholder is?
$60 for several decades technically means games have gotten cheaper over time due to inflation. $60 in 1996 has the same buying power as $120 today. That's like twice the price. But really? Modern Warfare 2? Again? Really? Modern Warfare...
Wait, hold on. Let's see what...
Games with less and less content being released over and over again at an expensive cost. Sure, a big game staying $60 for several decades technically means games have gotten cheaper over time due to inflation. $60 in 1996 has the same buying power as $120 today. That's like twice the price. But really?
Yeah.
Modern Warfare 2? Again? Really? Modern Warfare 3? Again? Do you know how difficult it is searching for things when they just didn't change the name of the new game? This drives me insane. They could have released Modern Warfare 2.
Well, they did change the name. It's Roman numerals, but whatever.
2. Or Modern Warfare 3. 2. The remake. Just give me something. Instead of innovation in gameplay and discovering new ways to optimize games through creativity and how they manipulated memory to fit on the tiny 64 megabyte cartridges of the N64. Now we have juggernaut games that have no business being over 100 gigabytes, which I just find ridiculous. Like, did you even try optimizing anything? Why is Fortnite 90 gigabytes? Why? Why is 2K now consistently over 100?
Why is Fortnite 90 gigabytes? Because that game has a fuckload of content.
Gigabytes. That's just a side note that's always pissed me off. But studios are clearly getting sloppy in exchange for time and money. Why wait a few more years to put out a beautiful, working, exceptional title like Zelda Breath of the Wild when you could just pump out a Pokemon game every year in worse and worse condition and make an even more exorbitant amount of cash? Vast open world with nothing interesting to look for or find just to call it open world. And sure, many games do this well, but maybe focus on a great gameplay experience before just jumping into the open world trend. Because games that release in unplayable conditions mostly end up with a quickly dwindling player base.
Yeah, we're going to be. We'll be there soon. No worries. Yep. Off the B flagged around this direction. Yep. This direction. Yep. I think we're going the right way.
That couldn't play when there was hype around the game and never stuck with it or opened it again due to the sour taste it left in their mouths. Even if the developers fixed some bugs and glitches post-release. Like taking a delicious pie out of the oven before it's done, so it's just like...
Alright, there's the sponsor read.
Games. PlayStation Plus is a service where you pay yearly to get access to a huge library of games. Some older classics and lots of indie games. I started exploring the vast library of really cool indie games after deciding I didn't want to play Far Cry 3 for the 5th time. Nor did I want to experience the 10 Assassin's Creed games on here. So I started with just downloading whatever I thought looked cool, and it started with this really cool looking Chrono Trigger inspired JRPG, Sea of Stars. Made me cry. Excellent game, and won Best Indie Game of 2023. Then I
made me cry. Oh my god.
Discovered Tiny King, a game that outshined Pikmin 4 in every single way, in my opinion. The world is really fun to traverse, and the platforming gameplay is really well paced and extremely fun. It's not as sluggish as Pikmin 4. Moonlighter is a really cool game where you manage a shop by day and go battle dungeons for materials to sell by night. And of course, those dungeons get harder and the materials get more expensive. And in the same vein, I was introduced to an older game, Enter the Gungeon, a bullet hell roguelike that is extremely fun, replayable, and has a pretty solid couch co-op. And guess what? You can buy all 4 of these games at full price for 1.5 AAA games. And indie games, especially on Steam, go on sale constantly. While writing this, almost all these games are on sale. And yet, Skyrim is still $60.
Dude, this is so Redditor code.
On every platform for over a decade. Back in my day, AAA games used to go on sale for $40 after a year. And it's not like these games are much shorter to
yeah, Game Pass doesn't even give you free games anymore. PlayStation Plus actually has a really good month coming up because they're giving out RoboCop.
Justify the cheaper cost by any means. The hours
solid.
at least I put into them are pretty similar to what I put into AAA titles as well. Of course, there are stinkers and masterpieces that live in both indie and AAA worlds, but people are certainly noticing a trend that these giant studios not putting out finished games does not cater well to the price point. And, well, the fact that they're not indie studios. Hey, don't you have hundreds of employees working on this and it still doesn't meet the bare minimum expectations? The fact that many big game studios have garnered a terrible workplace reputation, not limited to overworking, unpaid overtime, and sexual harassment, that could be an entirely new video. I'm mainly going after the suits, single-handedly ruining the modern state of gaming by the power of pure greed. I'm aware there are more than passionate devs on these teams that want to see the hard work they've done be something they're proud of. I also want to clarify
the passionate game devs. Yeah, go ask your Walmart cashier how passionate they are about the customer service experience.
I'm not talking about games with a few bugs here and there, too. No one expects a game with 0 bugs and releases absolutely perfect. The ones I'm talking about are the ones clearly unfinished and rushed, and which bugs make the game unenjoyable or entirely unplayable. There's a reason the guy that made Roller Coaster Tycoon by himself is regarded as a god among indie developers. He made this game in an archaic programming language even for the time it was released in 1999. Roller Coaster Tycoon has an impressive feat of almost not having any bugs in the game, and during a time where you needed much support of a team to create and release a game. During this time, making a game by yourself or even with a small team was not super accessible. AAA studios dominated the landscape and said, here, this is what we got for you, and that's it. These are your only options here. And back then, the expectation was that it was done. Because after release, they couldn't rely on post-release patches and updates through the internet like they do today. When there were patches, they mostly used to physically ship out newer copies of the game. And this has affected things like speedrunning and tournament gameplay and games like Wii Sports and Melee, where different versions of the game matter. In Wii Sports, one version of Wii Baseball doesn't have this cutscene at the start of the game, and the other version does. In speedrunning, changes like this can be crucial to saving time. Yes, the PS2 and that generation of consoles had internet connectivity, but developers couldn't rely on everyone having decent internet and the physical adapter needed, and it wasn't a super reliable way to install updates to fix bugs. Unlike now, where a significant portion of gamers have internet because the landscape has shifted from purchasing physical copies of a game to downloading it on your computer. And if your computer can't handle the 90 gigabyte Fortnite file, then fuck you. You don't deserve to play. Yet another reason.
No, I've never cried playing Final Fantasy. Dude, I don't cry during video games and movies and that type of shit. They're not real. So, no, I don't cry over media. That shit's cringe.
To cherish physical copies of media. I'm rewatching Inuyasha for the 5th time, and the season 6 intro song is once again removed from Hulu, and it upsets me dearly.
Oh, no! Dude, yikes. The red flags just keep going up.
The physical copy of this, it could have been preserved. But now I just have to like play it side by side on YouTube every time I watch an episode. Like if Nintendo could have patched games in the Nintendo 64 era, they would have destroyed Mario 64 glitches. And it would have been even more difficult to get your hands on a version of the game where you could perform things like the backwards long jump. But then, everything changed.
Bro, that shit was so gay.
When the internet attacked. I'm the face, not Pikachu. Hello? Yes! As the internet became more accessible, reliable, and better in every household, unless you have Spectrum, of course, game development also became more accessible and feasible for indie devs. You don't need the internet to code, obviously, but now you could work with a team easier online, share code, game assets, engines, tools, and the internet really allowed for community-driven indie development. In the early 2010s, we saw Minecraft and Terraria become increasingly popular. In 2015, we got Undertale, and this
Griffin No, I remember laughing the first time I saw it.
song. In 2016, we saw also the pinnacle of indie gaming and the face of video game music playlists on YouTube, Stardew Valley, also famously made by a guy. It's undeniable how massive these indie games got, and how massive of a community these games still have.
Made by a guy.
And I feel like that was really the start of this change of tide for gaming as a whole. The way we consume games is so different than 20 years ago, 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. And while I'm disappointed at a lot of the changes, I'm really happy and excited to see the good changes. Like this game called Minami Lane was made by a couple in 6 months, and it's awesome, and I love it, and I highly recommend this one for cozy gamers. I feel like I have access to so many different types of games than I ever did, at my fingertips, with low risk and low commitment pricing. I'd say 2020 saw a huge shift in gaming, with large studios putting production on hold. That left a gap for some heater multiplayer indie titles to drop onto the scene, like Among Us. Honestly, I feel like the
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth ending was a complete joke. No idea what was happening. That's the point.
You're fucking poor.
That's the point of the ending. You're not supposed to know what happened. Why would they tell you what happened in part 2 of 3? That would that'd be like watching the first Lord of the Rings movie and they spoil the ending to the 3rd movie. They're not going to do that. It's ambiguous to keep you interested until part 3, and then that's when the answers will be explained. So, yeah, it's not supposed to be a concrete ending. You're supposed to be like, oh, what the fuck happened?
The Among Us craze forever changed how and what games content creators stream and play, and thus propel the popularity of. I'm probably biased because I am a content creator, but the ecosystem of indie gaming has changed so much, even with the landscape of streaming and content creators. I know Minecraft isn't an indie game anymore, but think about how much it propelled in popularity during the Minecraft YouTuber era. And now
yeah, I've never read the Lord of the Rings books.
A lot of these creators are being outed as sexual assaulters. Moving on, Phasmophobia saw this, Lethal Company, Party Animals, and now this new game, Content Warning, all focused on really fun multiplayer gameplay for a really affordable price. If not free, the price and eyeballs make these games that much more accessible to people of all ages. The goal? Get as many people to download this game as possible. Content Warning was free for the first 24 hours it was on Steam, and it saw 6 million downloads during this time. And after that—
Dude, look at this shit. Poopy, pee, poo. Jesus Christ, bro. What in the fuck is this shit?
Games, but all really cool ideas, which are truly impressive to see done and thought out so quickly and cleverly. Game design. And Donkey, who host community game jams, where people make and submit a game in just 48 hours based on the set theme. In 2023, Game Maker's Toolkit's Game Jam saw over 20,000 entries.
Don't care. This is an ad. Holy fuck, bro. Oh my god. I don't think it's the greedy developers that are ruining gaming. The greedy developers are not the ones ruining games, guys. I think I know what is. I know what's ruining gaming. And it starts with a W. Let's see. Creative freedom of the 2. Griffin, this is what a real woman looks like. Oh, yeah. Or what a real woman is. Annoying, I guess so. Dude, I can't. I really cannot. I don't watch female content creators at all. Daryl Zone with the 2. Is this your Yeah, absolutely not. Not a chance. And Clause of the 20, fuck Toby Fox, trauma. Isn't that the,
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot
that made Undertale? Yeah, I had a feeling. Spooky Cerberus of the 5, Griffin. Why? No, who? You remind me of a lot. Like Leafy, like there's those videos. None of it, what? Hold on, I gotta read this. Griffin, why? Hold on. Bro, that is like some broken... Did you use text-to-speech or something? Hold on. Let me try and interpret this real quick.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Griffin, you know who you remind me of a lot? Like Leafy, like where's those videos? None of this fake gay essay shit. Are you saying like we don't need like videos like we just watched and we need more, you know, people just talking shit and having a good time type content? Yeah, I think he's using text-to-speech or something. Undertale has one of the weirdest fan base. Yeah, it's furries and trans. That's why. It's literally a furry and trans fan base. End of stream time? I don't know. Watch TSP Mask. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. Watch synth video. How long is it? I have to finish, bro, I gotta finish editing my video too. Let me see. If it's like an hour, I don't know if we can do that tonight. Oh, 38 minutes. Okay, we can probably fit that in. My video's an hour, so I'm not happy with that fact, but it is what it is. It is what it is, man. Put on 1.5.
Oh my god, this black guy's so strong! It's because of his superior African genetics!
This is third muscle in his legs.
Not a racist game. It's not racist. Dude, oh my, this is... What the fuck? Stop Asian hate now! Stop it! This is like the Reddit wet dream right here.
Yeah, this is exactly why Stop Asian Hate was killed right at birth. Is because once they found out who was committing the Asian hate, the lefties didn't like that answer.
Remember when my wife's boyfriend killed all the Japanese people?
Why do I keep doing this to myself? I think Assassin's Creed has completely and utterly lost its identity at this point. I know you could say that going all the way back to, like, Black Flag, but at least Assassin's Creed 4 is a really fun game. Obviously, the series has been drifting away from historical accuracy for over a decade, and I'm not going to say that was ever my biggest concern personally. I know people really like to cite the story of how the crossbow was removed from Assassin's Creed 1 since they didn't exist in the time period. But we've known for a long time now that Ubisoft doesn't really care about that stuff anymore. I mean, there's just straight-up fantasy monsters in Assassin's Creed now, and there has been since, like, all the way back to Origins, at least. So my main concern is not historical accuracy at all with this review. No, it's the fact that this is one of the most blatantly racist games that has ever existed. And now, that might sound weird coming from me, if you know the type of content I've produced on this channel before. And it's not inherently the idea that you're genociding Japanese people as a black guy that bothers me. This is one of the most unintentionally funny games I've played in a while, at least when you finally get to play as Yasucc, which other than the 30-minute opening sequence is something like 10 hours into the game, which is absolutely intentional, by the way, to try and mitigate some of the backlash against this.
Yeah, that, and they know people aren't even going to get past 10 hours.
I don't think it really worked. Judging by the player numbers,
They're not going to get past 10 hours. Yikes. What is it at today, I wonder? Let's see. Assassin's Creed Shadows Steam charts. So, what's the 24-hour peak? So yeah, there's 32,000 players right now, so slightly higher.
I don't think anyone gives a fuck about this game. And yes, I know Ubisoft claims there's like 2 million players already, but how many of those are through Ubisoft Plus, which is just a subscription service? All you have to pay is like $15 a month to get access to all their games, so you can just subscribe for 1 month and then unsubscribe when you're done with this game. I've already done that several times before in the past, but ironically, I completely forgot about it with this game. So yes, they actually got the $70 out of me. But somehow, even with my foolish mistake, I don't think Ubisoft is going to make the money back on this game. I know there's a lot of Black Pill Doomer types that say, well, Assassin's Creed is ultimate normie slop, just like Call of Duty. There's always going to be like 10 to 15 million people who buy every one of these games. In fact, Assassin's Creed Valhalla is the highest selling game in the series, which is insane given how utterly mediocre that game was. But given the mess,
because of the COVID boost, every game did well in 2020, no matter how shitty it was. Unfortunately. See her with the 5. Oh god, just saw a meme on Reddit. It was calling Notch a Nazi. Basically, Reddit is so retarded. I'd swear it'd be the most unfunny app. Yeah, Reddit is just a fucking cesspool of people who think they're a lot smarter than they actually are.
Massive amount of controversy, the low Steam player counts, the fact that even the YouTube critic types who usually shill a bunch of modern games are also saying this is just mediocre. So there's not a doubt in my mind that Ubisoft is going to lose money on this. The real question is it going to be the final nail in the coffin? Are they finally going to go bankrupt? And right on time, as I'm editing this, Ubisoft just announced that they're starting a subsidiary that's being funded in large part by Tencent. So while it's not exactly the result we were hoping for, it does kind of show how Ubisoft is really hurting financially right now, and maybe Shadows isn't as big of a success as they would have you believe. So now China has a direct say in how Ubisoft makes their games. I imagine this can only turn out well for the gamer. And I realize I'm sort of already derailing this review in the intro because, truth be told, there's actually not that much to talk about. If you played Assassin's Creed Odyssey or Valhalla, you know what to expect here already. It's just another copy-paste job.
God, I really do hate the music in this game.
And I understand that Assassin's Creed is an entire series of copy-paste jobs, but if we're talking about games that are carbon copies of one another, that are each at least 50 hours long.
I will not be using the soundtrack from this game in my video. I can't fucking stand listening to it.
And although I only ended up playing this for like 15 hours, and yeah, you know, maybe some of you might think that's not quite enough time, but trust me, I could already tell there was nothing more to see. Plus, this game makes one major mistake with the grinding that in some ways makes it even more insufferable than previous ones in the series.
I'm gonna put like Venice rooftops or something like that in the background.
But with games like this, they feel that much more repetitive when you play multiples of them. If we're talking about something like Assassin's Creed 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, those games are probably, what, like 15 to 20 hours each? After putting a significant amount of time into both Odyssey and Valhalla, I'm already done with this discount Witcher 3 clone sub-series, however you'd like to refer to this as. Ironically, I far preferred Assassin's Creed Mirage, despite it being even less polished than a lot of Ubisoft's
Assassin's Creed Mirage is the much better game.
Other games, just because it actually
You can get this shit for like $15 now.
Kind of played like old Assassin's Creed games, and it was much shorter. So with this review, this is going to be a lot more off the cuff than usual because honestly, I needed a break from editing that 4-hour-long video that I wasted a month of my life on. Well, I guess waste is the wrong word because a lot of you guys really enjoy it as one of the best like-dislike ratios of my videos in years. But for the near future, we're going to go back to the standard style and I'll make a really long video if it's necessary on a game that's actually worth talking about, not this. I think all of you guys are here to just hear about Yasucc culturally enriching Japan, and don't worry, we get quite a bit of that. So without further ado, here's Assassin's Creed Shadows. So, let's start with the gameplay first. Like I said in the intro already, this is just Odyssey and Valhalla all over again. These are very lazy, button-mashy action RPGs, where the RPG mechanics themselves actually just make the game worse in every conceivable way. But for some reason, normies still really like these. The combat mechanics are super simple. You got a light attack, you got a heavy attack, you can charge those attacks up, you can dodge attacks, you can parry. You've got 4 special abilities per weapon type that you can activate by using up one of these little diamonds that you build up by hitting enemies or dodging and parrying. You've also got tools that you can use in the middle of combat, though for the most part, that's reserved for Naue. And Yasucc has a bunch of different weapon types you can choose from that play slightly differently. And honestly, that's pretty much it for the combat. I just described the entire thing. This combat is just so fucking button mashy, and the enemies are spongy as hell, especially if they're just 1 or 2 levels higher than you. They probably take 6 or 7 hits each. I don't even really want to talk about the gear system. Again, it's exactly the same as Odyssey and Valhalla. And because there's such a significant difference between individual levels, you're never really going to grow attached to a piece of gear. Now, I believe you can upgrade gear, but I never bothered engaging with that because I just hate the resource systems in these games. Because you're required to do so much busy work to get the money, to get like the wood or the metal or the stone, all that stuff. There's a fucking base that you have to upgrade, and all this stuff doesn't really enhance the core gameplay experience. They're just distractions. Though that's Ubisoft games in a nutshell. It's just a series of distractions and chores. The glue holding together the whole experience is
button mashy? Bro. Hold on. Of course it's button mashy. I already have this imported, so I'm just going to pull it up. Let's see. Alright, there we go. This is what combat should look like. This is what it should look like. Look, this is the opposite of button mashing. Look at that, 42 kills. Look at that shit. 47 kills in that amount of time. Modern Assassin's Creed could never. Modern Assassin's Creed could never. You'd be lucky to kill 3 enemies in that amount of time. You'd be lucky to kill 3 enemies in that same period of time.
Is just the mediocre combat, which I'm not gonna lie to you, I think playing as Yasucc was actually kind of fun, if only because Naoe feels weirdly underpowered. The whole unique gimmick of this game is that you have these 2 characters to choose from. Naoe's the assassin, and Yasucc is just a black guy. So naturally, Yasucc is the more powerful character in every way. The weird thing is, I feel like on paper, it's not the worst idea in the world to have one character have a much more diverse moveset and abilities and tools to use, with the downside being that she's not that great at the actual combat. But the thing is, I don't think the stealth is very fun in this game. It has the same exact problem as, again, the last several games in this series, where if a target is like a boss type enemy or he's a few levels higher than you, then you can't assassinate him. It just doesn't.
Yeah, he needed to turn that setting on under difficulty for the instant assassinations. If for whatever reason you hate yourself enough to play this game, make sure you turn on the, instant assassination feature. It makes it actually feel somewhat like an Assassin's Creed game.
A chunk of their health, and then you have to fight them normally. If a stealth kill doesn't work and then you get discovered, then I feel like I'm wasting my breath even describing why that sucks. I think it's obvious to anybody that that's terrible. Your ninja tools feel nerfed as well. The kunais are clearly supposed to be your go-to throwing knife that you throw into somebody's head and kill them from afar. But every target that you would actually want to kill with the kunais can take the blow just fine, because even if you aim for the head, their armor health bar just absorbs the blow, and then your cover is blown.
Yeah, if you have the instant assassination, it basically kills them immediately, so... Again, you want that feature on immediately because it actually makes the game play like Assassin's Creed. Shocking.
Immediately. You also get shurikens too, which I basically only got access to toward the end of my...
That should be on by default, which is what's so retarded. It shouldn't even have to be a setting. It should just be the default. It's called Assassin's Creed, not poke an enemy and hope it does a little bit of damage.
Gameplay, but from what I saw with the stats, they're more useful as an environmental interactive throwable than actually for killing people. I guess you can toss them out in the middle of combat as a quick throw, but why would I even bother doing any of that when Yasucc can kill enemies like twice as fast? This motherfucker can kick a giant dude flying 50 feet backward, which again is fucking awesome. I'm not gonna lie to you, I like the over-the-top stupid anime shit. It's just that Assassin's Creed is supposed to be realistic. If I can kick a 7-foot tall guy flying off of a cliff, then why can't I fight demons and like dragons and evil ghosts and shit? Why are we even pretending that this series is supposed to be realistic anymore? It just makes it more boring. 2 out of 3 of Naoe's weapon types feel so basic as well. The katana is a katana. It does katana things. The tanto has absolutely terrible hit detection, or maybe realistic hit detection, because there's not enough sliding. There is sliding when you attack, don't get me wrong, but there's not enough for the first hit to make contact if you're standing like more than 5 feet away from an enemy. So you'll actually just fucking miss with your tiny ass little dagger.
It is sad, dude. Assassin's Creed should not need an option to instant assassinate people. It should be the default. Bro, remember in Assassin's Creed 2 in fucking 2009, it was considered awesome and innovative that you could assassinate 2 enemies at the same time. Remember that? How far we have fucking fallen, man. You can't even assassinate 1 enemy, much less 2, with 1 hit.
Several times, and it just feels fucking useless. Why would I ever use that? So that leaves the third weapon, the chain sickle, which I actually thought was kind of fun, because you can grab enemies and pull them into each other or pull them toward you, so it actually has a little bit of a unique playstyle at least. But even then, you have to understand that you have to use skill points to unlock abilities with each individual weapon type, and while the game does give out a shit ton if you're doing like assassination objectives, it's still not quite enough, where you feel like you literally have to save up skill points just to try out a new weapon type, which makes the already tedious game even more tedious. So if I had to sum up Now, I would just say, I guess if you like the old style of Assassin's Creed gameplay, you might enjoy playing as her, except the actual stealth is still nerfed by the terrible RPG system. And even then, it's not like she has any unique abilities. A lot of her basic-ass skills that we've gotten used to in previous games are locked away behind a different progression system, which I'll cover in a moment.
Yep, the shitty fucking collectible crap.
After we get through Yasucc. But it never felt like stealth was as powerful as simply running into a group of enemies with Yasucc and chopping them to pieces.
Yeah, that's because he didn't have that setting on, but if you have the setting on, stealth is actually really OP.
It did was slow the game down, which honestly I think is definitely intentional by the devs. And look, obviously stealth is always going to be slower than just slicing people up. But what doesn't help this is the fact that the AI is fucking brain dead, just like all of Ubisoft's other games. The difference is it's actually worse than old games in the series. Despite the fact that basically every enemy in the game can throw rocks at you and a bunch of enemies have guns, I had no problem simply just outrunning enemies and then climbing a building. And that's another thing too, enemies can't climb buildings. And I realized that probably over half the Assassin's Creed games, enemies can't climb buildings. But famously, all the way back in the first game, they could chase after you to rooftops. Not in this one. All you have to do to lose enemy line of sight is climb on a building and lay prone. They're not even fast enough to shoot you while you're climbing up the building anymore. This game requires no skill at all. I mean, like none. Zero. And that is no more apparent than when you start playing as Yasucc more seriously about 10 hours in. So if Naoe's the assassin, Yasucc is the samurai tank. And oh boy, I could see the game devs salivating at the mouth with the opportunity to show how Yasuc's BBC could dominate the fucking tiny yellow people. I wish I could say it just extended to the gameplay, but no.
God, I just know he has... Never mind. Just listen to the music in the background. I'm not going to say anything.
Oh, it goes to the writing as well. The developers of this game definitely are fucking complete degenerate cucks, without a doubt. So Yasucc is basically just better than Naoe, period. Yes, he has a lot fewer abilities. He can't even really climb buildings. But what he can do is slice through enemies twice as fast. I mean, legitimately, he does at least 50% more damage than Naoe. He also breaks blocks super easily just by spamming the fucking R1 button. He can kick people flying like 50 feet backward, even giant enemies. And Yasucc has more than twice as much health as Naoe as well. Look at how much damage these attacks are doing. It's practically nothing. And he gets 5 healing items instead of 3 as well. Why the hell would you ever play as Naoe? I guess if you just really like stealth, but you don't even need stealth. There were multiple story missions where I literally just ran past the enemies and triggered the next cutscene, and then boom, it didn't even matter I got discovered. I've heard some people say that Naoe was definitely the more fun character to play as, but maybe just because I played so many of these Assassin's Creed games, it's actually refreshing to just be able to like dunk on these people so easily. It kind of reminded me a little bit of the older Assassin's Creed games where you could just like counter insta-kill everyone. Another over-the-top thing about Yasucc is he can just Kool-Aid man straight through wooden doors, and he can...
Yasucc smash.
Bash enemies by just running into them. I mean, this shit is a legitimate power fantasy. If it didn't feel like Ubisoft wanted to start Asian hate and wipe out the Japanese population, I honestly would say that this is a pretty fun and unique experience for Assassin's Creed anyway. Like, and I know this sounds cringe, but it definitely feels like there's a kind of subtle, maybe not so subtle, element of hatred even down to the very gameplay. One of the basic executions for Yasucc is just ritually decapitating someone, like straight into the fucking camera.
Naoe can't decapitate people.
Dude, I can't get over this, man. Like, this is... Can you imagine if this is a game about, like, Nazis executing... like, I don't know, Jews, black people, gays, whatever. And I'm sure you've seen that one before because people were spreading it around a lot when this controversy started. But when you use the Naginata, aka the glaive, there's an execution where you chop both of someone's arms off and then their head. Are we supposed to believe Yasuke's a good guy? Another weird creative decision as well has to do with the world simulation. As you probably know in previous Assassin's Creed games, if you killed 3 people back to back, you get a game over. Well, in this game, you're not even allowed to kill one. If you kill one guy, load checkpoint. And for some reason, you can't even kill local wildlife.
Yep.
Like if you try to attack a deer, it doesn't seem to do anything. But then on the other hand, if you see a servant in an enemy base, they're not considered innocent. Do you know how many random ass women that I've just killed and there's no consequences in this game? It's actually kind of insane. Like, that's some serious ludonarrative distance right there. But anyway, back to the gameplay. Now that you understand understand the basics of the playable characters. We'll talk about the enemies briefly. The reason I say briefly is because, once again, same enemy types you've been fighting in all these other games. There's only 3 attack types, that being a basic attack that you could parry or dodge, blue attacks, which are a flurry of attacks, and red attacks, which are unblockable. If you parry a normal attack or every hit in the flurry of attacks, it makes the enemy vulnerable, which means they take more damage for a short amount of time. And if you dodge an unblockable, it also puts the enemy in a vulnerable state. And that's pretty much everything you need to know. The enemy attacks flash right before when you're supposed to parry, so...
Yeah, and if you hold down the attack button when they're in that vulnerable state, you get a finisher or whatever the fuck. That's one other thing. Which is decent, I guess. Raging War with the 2. Fuck this OST. Yeah, dude, honestly, the Assassin's Creed soundtracks have been consistently pretty good throughout the history of the franchise. This one is downright horrific. Shocky Gaming with the 2. Do we need a new F-Zero? I mean, we don't need it, but it would be cool if they made one. Spooky Cerberus with the 5. Griffin, I think I sent you a super chat. I don't know if you did. Shit, sorry. I'm like real drunk tonight. Yeah, I read it. It was hard to decipher, but we got through it. But hope you're having a good night, man. But yeah, we read it earlier. Creators Freedom with the 2. I modded Call of Duty 2 to play as the Germans. Nice, bro.
So it's not like you have to memorize attack patterns, you just have to be patient. And if we're being realistic, there's only about 3 enemy types. If you're being generous, I guess you could say there's 1 enemy type each for every weapon type. But considering you fight most of those enemies the same way, I really think it's only 3. That being the basic enemy type, the ranged enemy type, and the boss enemy type. And that's it. That's all you're going to be fighting for probably like 50 hours straight. The gameplay never changes or improves. I suppose the player unlocks new abilities over time to make it even easier. But now's about the time that we should probably talk about the progression. Like I said, there's leveling up. If an enemy is a few levels higher than you, then it's going to take a year to kill him. And the entire world has level scaling, so you don't even get the satisfaction of like one-shotting weaker enemies to show how far you've come. No. We can't have that. No, the enemies are always at least equally as strong as you. Which, you know what, that would be bad enough in and of itself, but for some reason, progression in this game is gated behind doing sandbox activities. I absolutely hate that more than anything. I feel like this game would almost be playable, not recommendable, but playable if you weren't forced to do sandbox activities, but you are. You have to get knowledge points by praying at shrines or doing flashback sequences with one of the 2 characters, collecting pages, stuff like that that normally should be completely optional. Maybe just give you a little EXP or a little loot. No. You have to do them to unlock the next tier of abilities in your skill tree. I can't even believe this shit. The game just forces you to waste time. And the worst part is, by the time I finally was allowed to play as Yasucc again, I didn't want to play as Naoe anymore, but several of these activities can only be completed with her because, like I said before, Yasucc can't really climb. Contrary to popular belief, black people don't have hops, at least not in full armor anyway. So you have to switch to Naoe to get some of these knowledge points, since the lost pages are like located on top of buildings sometimes. The same goes for eagle points as well. A lot of them are just simply not possible to get on top of with Yasucc. But can he sink? He's not an assassin. Okay. Alright, sure. You don't need to be an assassin to synchronize at the fucking eagle points. And if you played a Ubisoft game, I shouldn't have to explain why you'd want to climb the towers. It's something we've been forced to do in all of their games. Well, what about the level design or lack thereof? It's another giant empty sandbox, like all of their games. Despite being, you know, at least 3 times as large as it should be.
Can you really even call it a sandbox if there's nothing to fucking do in it? Can you really call it a sandbox if there's like absolutely nothing to do in it? You can't hunt, you can't kill NPCs, the side activities are glorified QTEs, and you have a bunch of fetch quests. It's just filler. It's pure fucking filler.
There's honestly not that many side quests, unless you count taking out random assassination targets as proper side quests, which I don't. No, I wouldn't be shocked if about a quarter of the total side quests in this game were tied to romance in some fashion. And while I didn't personally end up completing any of the romance side quests, I did want you to know that, yes, Yasucc has some fashion. And while I didn't personally end up completing...
I completed now a straight romance after the stream, but that's it.
Any of the romance side quests. I did want you to know that, yes, Yasucc has 2 gay romances, in fact. One of which is with a, I guess, non-binary boy. And this is also where you've seen this meme format come from. I gotta admire the balls on Ubisoft for doing this shit. They know how fucked up this is, and they don't care. And as you would expect, Naoe also has a lesbian option. Man, these romances just suck. They're fucking repulsive. That's just the best way to put it. Again, it just adds to that feeling of parody, when in reality it's just complete lack of self-awareness. They're trying very hard to make Yasucc a complex character, when in reality he just comes across as a Mary Sue. He has no character flaws whatsoever. In fact, he's better than any Japanese character, even ones who've spent their entire lives training the ways of the samurai. He's also humble, wise, intelligent. There's even a part where you meet one of Naoe's romances, and the dude can't fucking read, but Yasucc can. Yasucc can also swim in full armor, by the way. You know, there's certain shit I can suspend my disbelief for, but I think this is just a little bit too far. And as I pointed out when I covered the trailer a year ago, none of the dogs seem to be bothered by Yasucc. That dog be barking, dude. Every dog be barking. Every single dog. They catch even a whiff of Yasucc. Every fucking... Literally, the game be unplayable because all you hear is dogs barking the entire fucking time. So yeah, this is just yet another attempt of being like, oh, look at this black guy. He's so friendly and harmless, but he's also a strong, brave warrior, and he sticks with his friends, and he didn't do nothing. And those evil Portuguese slave or Jesuit Christians, they're the bad guys. And none of the Japanese people are racist against him either. I mean, can you imagine if you've never seen an African in your fucking life, and then all of a sudden this, like, 6'3" black guy walks up to you? You don't think they'd react, like, at least a little bit? It genuinely was fucking with my immersion. They don't have to, like, literally be throwing slurs at him, but they should be at least, like, shocked. He's black. Oh, and I suppose I feel an obligation to inform you about the microtransactions. If you've watched my channel for long enough, you probably already know how I feel about things like this. Yes, microtransactions are terrible, and they objectively make games worse in pretty much every case. But at the same time, I feel like this problem wouldn't exist if people weren't fucking idiots. Yes, Ubisoft is to blame for putting them in the game in the first place, especially when it's shit so ridiculous like $20 for skins. It's legitimately gotten that bad.
Yeah, I don't know, like... I don't know who's dumb enough to be buying skins for Assassin's Creed in 2025, but, you know, if you are dumb enough to give Ubisoft money for that, I say more power to you.
Bad, dude. In a single-player game, who the hell are you even showing this shit to? But honestly, if you ask me, the real bad shit is the resource packs. You know, the type of stuff you use for crafting or building up your base or buying the in-game currency. There's even a pack that costs $10 that all it does is reveal everything on the map. The most offensive part of this by far is the ridiculous prices, man. It's a $70 game for the whole experience, which I've never been the type of guy who believes, oh, we should get an hour of gameplay per dollar spent. That's ridiculous. But the point is, you are getting a shit ton of content, even though it's low-quality content. But then you can just casually drop $20 to make your character look cooler, or $10 on in-game resources that you'll spend in 5 minutes. That's the shit that's truly egregious. But anyway, to get back to the point I was saying at the beginning of this segment, I don't think microtransactions are the biggest concern in video games. I would certainly say politics are considerably worse, because those things affect everybody. All it takes to ignore microtransactions is some self-control, and while yes, I would agree that a lot of times games are designed around these, especially when you can buy EXP boosters or resource packs, but at the same time, I would just say...
I love how he's using, fucking dog, Monster Hunter Wilds footage, which is far superior to fucking Yakubi and Samurai Sim.
Avoid these shitty repetitive games anyway. Even if the microtransactions weren't there, this game would still be mediocre. So anyway, back to the normal review. And look, to explain some of the other ridiculous stuff, I gotta get a little bit into the story. You may be wondering why I didn't really talk about Naoe that much as a character, and that's because she really doesn't have much of one. She's a female ninja, and she's also an assassin, and she wants revenge for her family getting slaughtered, specifically her father, by like this group of evil samurai. And that scene is just cheesy as hell. I realize it's trying to be like a spaghetti western type of thing, but it was such tonal whiplash from the stuff that came before. Naoe ends up just barely surviving, and she gets rescued by a monk and this fat kid. And the shit they do with the fat kid is a little bit unsettling. Let's just say one of the female writers was into straight Shota, and I'll just leave it at that. I was honestly torn between it being kind of funny and kind of cringy at the same time, sort of like, you know, a kid being attracted to their much older babysitter. But this fucking fat kid has like way more significance in the story than he ever should be, but we'll get into that a little bit later. As for Yasuke's intro...
his talk no jutsu moment.
It shows how he's brought before Nobunaga by the Portuguese slavers, the Jesuits. And for absolutely no reason that makes even a lick of sense, Yasuke can understand them speaking Japanese, and this impresses Nobunaga. Now,
yeah, he can speak Portuguese, Japanese, and Latin. Don't forget.
It's not the fact that there's just this huge black guy, which in and of itself would be really interesting, given that nobody there has seen someone like him before. No, that's not good enough. He magically has to be able to understand and speak Japanese. So as is explained over the course of an over-hour-long flashback mission later in the game, he's taken under Nobunaga's wing. He's taught to be the greatest samurai ever by this old dude. And his sensei literally says he is the most promising student that he's ever taught. I'm sure his other students have been training the ways of the samurai for years, but Yasuke trains for 1 month, and he's the greatest student of all time. And man, this shit wants to be a movie so fucking bad, man. Not only is like 80% of this flashback sequence a series of long cutscenes, it does like every single story beat you've seen from a movie where he gets his ass beat in the beginning, then a bunch of dudes bully him, then he starts to learn how to fight with the sword. I think he ends up killing those 3 later. I wasn't exactly paying attention to see if it was the same 3 guys, but I'm assuming it was. And he proves himself to Lord Nobunaga. And there's a lot of like weird, not so subtle, feels like gay implications between Nobunaga and Yasuke. I don't know if this is cut content from an earlier version of the game where they didn't care about offending Japan, but some of this shit gets zestier than Kingdom Come too, I'm telling you. Which is ironic because one of Yasuke's love interests is Nobunaga's sister, which is so unbelievably fucked. I can't even believe they're getting away with that. So just like Musa...
And he cucks the fucking dude that she's supposed to be marrying right before the wedding. So that's the other thing, too, is like literally Yasuke is cucking this samurai noble that she's supposed to be marrying while she's off on a vacation getting blacked. Like, it's just fucking insane, man.
They unironically played into the fucking blacked meme. I can't believe this shit is actually showing up in video games. I mean, I guess I can believe it because I know who's pushing it and why, but it is absolutely unreal. And it doesn't even feel like a coincidence either that for both Musa and Yasuke, they slept with royalty. These are random-ass Africans with Yasuke literally being a fucking slave. This is fucking disgusting. I can just imagine the rubbing hands behind the scenes. It's probably the only thing in this game that genuinely kind of made me angry when I learned about it. The rest is too stupid and over the top to be taken seriously, especially since everything is just like smothered in this like millennial white woman writing. Boom! Get fucked! That's what Lilith Takeshi gets! Oh, that's such a shitty reference. Instead of this is Sparta, it's like,
This is Japan, actually. Actually, we're in Japan right now.
wow, wasn't that a funny achievement name? You're fired. No, you're not just fired. I'm executing you. The humor is so fucking bad, dude. And some of it's really out of touch. There's a quest where you have to choose what the better watermelon is, and you can actually do this with Yasuke. Unfortunately, I didn't. I'd already completed the quest with Naue by the time I got to play as him. Woke doesn't even begin to describe some of the shit, but like this game is just the perfect example of what's wrong with left-wing politics, where it simultaneously feels like shit that's more racist than a neo-Nazi would make, but it also goes in the complete opposite direction where it's just like kissing their fucking feet, and it's just so vile. I don't even think black people like this stuff because it just comes across as overly pandering and just disgusting. I mean, it's not like Yasuke acts like any black guy you've ever met in your life. Certainly not in my case. He acts like the cartoon liberal idea of what the perfect black man is, and you know, in some ways that
the fucking New England ideal of what, you know. Oh fuck. It's like the New Englanders ideal, essentially. I'm out of my fucking drink. Damn it. Shit.
that's more racist than what the skinhead thinks. I'm not gonna go into a diatribe about like, oh, leftists are the real racists or anything, but I don't know. This shit is just extremely tiresome. Can it please die? But anyway, to get back to the story. So after Yasuke becomes the ultimate samurai, this is where we kind of wrap back around to the intro. Yasuke leads the charge in slaughtering the Iga clan, which is, you know, the ninja clan Naue is from. And Yasuke gets this special boss fight against this fucking boomer who's supposed to be the greatest ninja. It's literally just like a 60-year-old man with a chain sickle. And that boss fight is so lazy. He just recycles the attack animations that Naue has with her weapon, including the special attack. This game has like a budget of at least $200 million, and they can't even afford to give boss fights unique attack animations.
Yeah, and they don't even have unique finishers. There's like 1 or 2 per weapon, and that's it.
God, that's embarrassing, but maybe not as embarrassing as the dialogue in the cutscene afterward.
You are special, samurai. Not for your skin, for your skill.
And so the reason I explain this is, once we get back to Naue after the intro, she's healed up, she gets her revenge on 2 of the targets who helped kill her dad. We end up helping out Mitsuhide, which I guess if you know Sengoku period history, then you realize where this is going. We end up making this huge assault on where Nobunaga is having like a tea party or some shit. We end up getting a 1v1 boss battle against him as Naue while the building is burning, which is kind of cool, I guess. But then there's like a 5-minute fucking conversation where Naue realizes, no, Nobunaga is not the reason for her father to get killed. And we almost get like a boss fight where it's Naue versus Yasuke, which actually would have been cool, but no, they don't do that because this game sucks. And I know this might be nitpicking, but the fact that they're having this really long conversation in a burning building in an enclosed room and no one has problems breathing, especially not Yasuke Floyd over here. At the end, Naue just ends up leaving because Nobunaga commits Sudoku, and notably Yasuke is the one who decapitates him afterward. Then we get a little bit of a flash forward and we find out that the fat kid has gotten lost somewhere, and this is just bait for Yasuke to show up and just like slaughter a fuck ton of people while some incredibly unfitting music plays. What the fuck is this music, man? This is the song of his people. And then we have our big showdown between the 2 heroes who are on opposite sides because she learns that Yasuke is the one who killed her family and friends, but they have to end up making peace anyway. You want to know why? Because the fat kid says revenge is bad. If you kill your enemies, they win, and you're just as bad as them.
Talk no jutsu, bro. The fucking fat kid talk no jutsu moment.
No joke, this fat kid goes on this long monologue about how forgiveness is the way, and now he's the one who killed his dad in the beginning. Plot twist, wow. And yet he forgave her, which I'm pretty sure we all know the real reason why. Yeah, and then he got horny, and then he forgave her. There you go, I figured it out. And dude, I know I'm like derailing again, but the voice acting in this game is fucking dog shit. I know a bunch of people have already pointed this out, especially like Naue is one of the 2 main characters, yet they pick what feels like a random woman off of Fiverr to voice one of the main characters of the game.
This Egan tradition, going back as far as anyone can remember. This bonds us.
What will we call ourselves?
My father told me to follow this blade. That I would find my way.
Dude, the voice acting's so bad it hurts, dude.
And like half the accents sound like racist Japanese accent.
Yep.
Whatever. Anyway, getting back to the point. Despite the fact that Yasucc like murdered all of her friends, they have to work together to stop the real evil or something. Dude, this shit's trash. It's just straight up fucking trash, man. And I only played, I'd say, about 5 more hours after this part. And it's not like the game ever gets any more interesting. This entire plot just centers around getting your revenge on the people who killed your father and getting a box that belonged to the assassins. And I realize this is far from the first and no doubt far from the last story that centers around some MacGuffin, but this one is just so boring. Like, I have almost no reason to care about what's happening. It's not like the storytelling's good, the characters aren't good, the voice acting isn't good, the cutscene direction isn't good. Why should I care about anything? And there's one other thing I want to talk about, since there's not really any point in having a woke section. Yasucc is enough woke for easily an entire game, but I do want to point out that there's an Abby in this game, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, from The Last of Us 2, Abby. Yet another disgusting giant muscle girl. It is crazy that DEI keeps pushing for this shit. I understand why. It's to subtly, in your brain, influence how you view men and women. That, oh, maybe women can be just as strong, if not stronger than men. But why do they always make them so fucking disgusting? This is literally an obese Japanese woman's head on a giant man's body. Like, holy hell, what is this?
Yeah, fucking yeah, dude. Luckily, I did not recruit her because I never sided with her in the conversation, so I never had to see her fat, ugly face ever again after that part in the story, thankfully. But yeah, fuck that shit.
Between The Last of Us 2, Immortals of Avium, Street Fighter 6, and now Assassin's Creed Shadows, we've got practically a whole Avengers team of Abbies. And I'm sure there's other games that have them too that I haven't even played. I just wish they weren't so disgusting. I hate to say it, but if they were hot, I probably would just let it slide. And before—
oh my, I don't know if that would be what I'd consider hot. There's also
that I haven't even played.
shit.
I just wish they weren't so disgusting.
What was the other game that had it? Oh yeah, Overwatch has them now too.
I hate to say it, but if they were hot, I probably would just let
I don't know. I don't consider that does not look hot to me.
it slide. And before we get to the conclusion, I went ahead and looked up the ending because I knew I would never finish this game. And the final boss for Naoe's side is Hattori Hanzo, yes. The legendary samurai, referred to as a demon, an expert tactician, a master of sword fighting, is defeated by a woman. And if you think that's bad, well, Yasucce's is actually significantly worse than this. Yasucc ends up getting revenge on the Portuguese slaver who killed his mother. And yeah, there is, let's say, quite a bit of anti-white sentiment here, but I guess it's fine because, you know, slavery is horrible and all that, and I guess he's a Templar, and Templars are the bad guys. Either way, you could feel there was quite a bit of hatred in these cutscenes just by watching them. Oh, and the final boss fight has more of that traditional African music playing that just sounds weird as fuck. So yeah, that's Assassin's Creed Shadows. No, you shouldn't buy it, obviously. Nobody should give a single fucking dime to Ubisoft under any circumstances. They need to die. This was their last chance to save Assassin's Creed. People have been asking for an Assassin's Creed in Japan for, I don't know, well over a decade, and then Ubisoft kind of missed their
ever since Assassin's Creed 2 came out, I remember people asking for it.
Chance when Ghost of Tsushima came out. And yeah, that's like the very obvious alternate recommendation from this video. Just play Ghost of Tsushima instead. Hell, if you don't want to play a shitty-ass sandbox game, you could just play some linear ninja game. Maybe play Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, which is ironic because I know people in my chat really want me to live stream that and the first Ninja Gaiden Black. Maybe play Metal Gear Rising, even though that's a sci-fi samurai / ninja game, but it's awesome.
Play Rise of the Ronin instead. It's basically, I mean, it's literally just, you know, this but better in every way imaginable.
I'm sure you already know. Another good suggestion is Neo, which I know is going to piss off Twitter types because they kept bringing it up every time people were discussing Yasucc with this game. But William Adams was an actual white guy who became a samurai in Japan. He has much more accolades than Yasucc by comparison. And at least in that game, it has no pretense of being historically accurate. You're killing demons and shit. And I remember liking the game quite a bit. Not as much as Souls games, but, you know, still, definitely a good game. And before someone asks, no, I haven't played Neo 2 yet, but maybe I will at some point. I've heard Yasucc is even in that one. Honestly, the amount of ninja or samurai games you could be playing instead of this are endless. Right? It's just that, for one reason or another, there is a crowd for these giant, empty sandbox chore games. People want to do the same thing over and over and over again for dozens of hours. Why? Who the hell knows? But every time I hear people talk about how they have like their stoner friend or maybe their dad play these time-wasted games, I don't know, it makes me just feel kind of sad. Imagine spending your time on this piece of shit instead of something actually good. Thankfully, I think the cow that is the Assassin's Creed IP has been thoroughly milked dry. The player numbers don't lie. People just don't give a fuck about this series anymore, especially because of the huge controversy when this was revealed. So I can only hope that Ubisoft goes bankrupt. Sorry if this review is even more sloppish than usual, but I just wanted to quickly get my thoughts out on it. I don't think this is really worth a super deep analysis. It's the same shit you've already played several times by now. And Ubisoft games are kind of hard to talk about in general because they're not completely objectively terrible, but they're definitely not good either. They're just incredibly bland and repetitive. And I can only say that so many times before, well, it just becomes a pointless review. I'm just repeating myself every single time I make one of these videos. Just stay away from these games. Play like literally anything else. That's all you got to do. All right, that's about it. See you next time.
Yep, they had to sell off 25% ownership in their biggest IPs, so doing great though. Doing great. It's pretty cool to see when Japan had to start locking their doors. Bruh. Oh my god. Dude. Yeah, this game's a fucking disaster. I should have made my review shorter. Like, genuinely, I kind of got pissed off having to make that shit. I really don't like talking about this game. It sucks, genuinely. Ubisoft is soulless. I swear they milked the last couple ACs and Siege. Only reason they kept the flow. Yeah, no, seriously. That's about right. That is about right. 1 hour? Yeah. Here. I'll pull it up again. I have to finish, like, dropping the footage in over the, like, generic talking sections. Thank you. Open. Hold on. Yeah, it is long. Just like my dick. Just kidding. Just like Yasucc's. But yeah. It is 1 hour and 4 minutes, basically. So, I gotta, like, take this footage and drop it in where there's, like, the black screen, essentially, and there's just the audio. So, I have, like, just generic footage from me doing outposts and that type of shit. So, I gotta just drop in the footage. I gotta put in some background music, and then I think it should be good to go. Hopefully. You know, I think it should be. I didn't put anything too edgy in there. Like, the only part that might get me in trouble is that that might get. I don't know. I don't know if Google's AI is strong enough to pick up on that. But yeah, also breathes. Well, yeah, he stole the name from somebody else. Yep, it is a really bad Assassin's Creed game. But yeah, it'll be an hour-ish. It'll be a little longer than an hour. But also, there's like this whole section with this fucking plot. Because it's just so good. Like, honestly. This is probably the worst, like, example of just how shit Ubisoft writing is. You go from romancing a fucking... Like, I just put all the scenes in there. I didn't care. I'm just gonna fucking timestamp it so people can skip it if they want to, but... Honestly, this shit's funny as fuck, man. Like...
I will be ruined. The poor will rise up. And I will be gone.
Like, the acting is so bad, dude. It is so, like, it's just great. You go from this.
Here forever. Let's try meeting at Nijo Palace again. Only this time, don't get caught.
we go from this to...
Nojo, stop! Why? My parents' hopes and prayers. Peasants breaking their backs. For what? All as tiny and insignificant as a single grain
Like, it's
of
such a
rice
total... Yeah, I'm gonna destroy the rice. The rice will set us free. 4 bags of rice will be destroyed, and I will kill myself. Dude, it's so fucking bad. It is so fucking shit, man. You literally go from them, like, flirting with each other and, you know, having sex on the rooftop, and then all of a sudden he wants to kill himself over fucking rice. If you needed any more proof that modern game devs just fucking suck when it comes to, like, writing and all this shit, it's just nonsense. But yeah, this is probably the best example of just how shit the writing is. So I just included the full thing. It's like 12 minutes. But, you know, whatever. Racist woke writing. Yeah. Let's see. So Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 5. You asked this already. Isn't Synthetic Man a loser who lives with his parents at 30? Oh, he's making money, so that's more important. If he wasn't making money, then you could make a case for that. And Claus with the 20. Fun fact, the Japanese called Yaz an animal. Yeah, he was like a fucking jester or a clown or like a pet. He wasn't taken seriously. And Z-Herb with the 5. The team that did this made Odyssey and Syndicate, and to be honest, so the 2 worst games in the series, in my opinion. Those games had cringe writing and comedy. Yeah, I strongly disliked Odyssey and Syndicate. So, very bad Assassin's Creed games, in my personal opinion. Let's see. Creators Freedom with the 2. Can play Ace Combat for next stream, please. Maybe. I don't know. See how I'm feeling. Raging Board with the 2. It's like an amateur Shakespeare play. Yeah, exactly. It's just, you can pick a spot and it's cringe.
You helped me see this through, and I'll think about joining you. I'm all in, if you're all in.
Fine. I promise.
Good. Meet me at the bottom of the Kiyomizu Temple stairs in Kyoto.
So crazy.
Ouch. That hurts more than these wounds.
Like, bro, every single part of this is so fucking gay.
Sorry.
No, I like it.
No, I like it. Punch me again, mommy. Dude, it's just so gay. This whole quest line is so fucking bad.
Naga was an honor, not a punishment. Shut up! For everything you have stolen, for all the disrespect you have shown, it was my honor to make sure another like you could never be born.
Don't listen to him.
Kanon did not bless your parents with you. She cursed them.
Wait! Stop!
Get out of my way!
I'll deal with him. Find the rice.
Yeah, rice boy, get to work.
Go! Trust me.
Find that rice. Yeah, go find the rice so you can kill yourself.
Genoto deserves to die!
Gennojo, stop! Why? My parents' hopes and prayers. Peasants breaking their backs. For what? All as tiny and insignificant as a single grain of rice. Means nothing.
A single grain, maybe, but it's nourishment. It keeps us going. It's hope.
Not when they take it away from us.
Rice is my hope. My life.
They hoard it. And fighting back just makes it worse. I'm done. See.
I just want to make sure. Alright, good. I just want to make sure I didn't wait too long on that choice.
This is the best thing.
Yeah, there we go. Alright. So yeah, I included that. You can skip it if you'd like, but it's pretty funny to watch. So I gotta finish editing this up tonight. AC Shadow's cope is real. It really is, man. I don't understand the LARPing of trying to pretend this game's amazing. It's obviously not. But, I don't know, man. I'm probably going to go ahead and hop off, guys. I'm going to go ahead and hop off. I hope y'all have a wonderful Sunday. Great rest of your weekends. Appreciate everybody coming out. Big ups to everyone in the chat. And I'll talk to, I guess, all of y'all later. You know, keep an eye out for the video. I think I'm going to try to get it up today, I guess. So, if I can, I will. So, make sure to leave a like. It goes a long way in helping my, you know, irrelevant-ass channel. So, I would appreciate it. But anyway, guys, I'll talk to everybody later. Peace out.